Call the regular meeting of the Pennington County Commission to order. I want to welcome everybody here. I'll just point out quickly that we have speaker request forms in the back of the room, copies of the agenda in the back. Ask that you quiet your cell phones, and we'll begin with a moment of silent reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Lassiter.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Lassiter. Review and approve agenda.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hadcock, second by Commissioner Lassiter. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I want to take the privilege of just welcoming quite a clan of the Schmidt family and friends here today, including former Commissioner Ethan Schmidt and many of the family members that I've known for years from our previous habitat in the Pier area. So thank you. Now I would like to turn it over to Commissioner Hadcock.
Thank you, Gary. Today we have a special guest, Kimberly Kim Schmidt, and the commission has thankfully recognized, and our building committee and our sheriff and Barry Tice for all the things that you have done for Pennington County since been our architect with Upper Deck, and just the family commitment that you have had to Pennington County and Rapid City in this area. So we have a proclamation on behalf of the commissioners today to read to you, Kim, and then we have Mike Cole would like to do a presentation, and the Kevin Tome, our sheriff, as well, ma'am. So with that, Pennington County, South Dakota Executive Proclamation for Kimberly Kim Schmidt. The Pennington County Board Commissioners wish to recognize Kimberly Kim Schmidt of Rapid City, South Dakota, for her years of dedicated service in working with Pennington County. Whereas Kim and her family are very valued community members in Rapid City area and have made significant contributions to their community. Kim has most recently worked as architect and project manager at Upper Deck Architects. Whereas Kim has worked on several county projects over her career, Kim's ability to take a project from an idea to a design is unprecedented. She has an innate ability to quickly understand and educate herself on the concepts put forth and develop effective and efficient plans for the county that meet the unique services provided within those facilities. Kim has demonstrated a passion for county projects and has done an amazing job in helping the county meet its objectives. Whereas by working in a collaborative process to find the best possible solutions, Kim has created designs which have been recognized locally, statewide, and on a national level, which include the Care Campus Phase 1 project, the Care Campus Phase 2 project, and the Crisis Stabilization Facility. Whereas the Pennington County Board of Commissioners and the staff wish to take this opportunity to express its appreciation and sincere gratitude to Kim Schmidt for her many contributions to the betterment of Pennington County. Her influence and contributions will continue to impact the future of our great county. Kim is to be considered an example to all in the professional, and her retirement is a loss for Pennington County and the community. It is most appropriate for the people of Pennington County join together as we celebrate Kim Schmidt, her creativity, kindness, professionalism, dedication, and commitment. Now, therefore, we, Pennington County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, October 5th, 2021 as Kimberly Kim Schmidt Day. Thank you, Ms. Kim. Presentation board, if you'd like to come down, please.
This is a plaque that identifies today as Kimberly today. It's a proclamation on it. I guess what I wanted to say to you, Kim, is you're one of the best project managers that we've ever worked with. Quite a few. Proclamation indicated an amazing job of understanding concepts. Your passion for our county projects has been amazing. I consider you a friend of Pennington County, and I consider you.
Thank you very much.
Just want to echo a little bit of what Mike said as well. Always bringing this. Echo a little bit of what Mike said as well. Kim always amazed me with the care campus and crisis stabilization. Barry and a group of us, Mike, would all sit down in the room and just start brainstorming on the concept. And at the end of the meeting, I wasn't sure that I knew what we wanted, but Kim grasped it and would come back a couple weeks later with the drawing. And it was amazing that she had caught the concept of what we had talked about in that room and had it about 80-90% there on the first take, and I was always impressed with that. And October 21st at 10 o'clock, we're doing the groundbreaking for crisis stabilization, and I know that's been an important project for you, and we appreciate your work on that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kim and family. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Next item on our agenda is the consent calendar. Holly Hennies.
Commissioners, I think we need a motion to approve the chair's signature on that proclamation to make it official.
So moved.
Got a
Second.
motion
And a second.
and a second? Approve the motion, to approve the proclamation. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
All right, for public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items. Approval of the minutes from the regular meeting of September 21st, 2021. Number 7 is to approve the second half of the budgeted operating transfers from the general fund to the following funds. E911 fund in the amount of $402,303, and the fire administration fund in the amount of $5,579. Number 8 is to approve the operating transfer from the general fund to the emergency management fund in the amount of $9,073. Number 9 is to acknowledge the filing of petitions as an application for incorporation of the proposed Blake 2 Road District by the voters within the district boundaries. Number 10 is to approve the South Dakota Game Fish and Parks contract for snow removal at the Hilltop parking lot. And finally, number 11 of the approval of the Memorandum of Understanding with the City of Rapid City for snow removal as submitted by the Highway Department.
Any members of the public wishing to have any items from the consent calendar removed for discussion? Any members of the commission wishing to have any items removed? Not, I'd take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner LaCroix, second by Commissioner Laster. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Item 12 is Hollywood. I have your name down here. Would you like to present this?
Certainly do that. All right, Commissioners, item number 12 is that to notify the board that we received a resignation from Mrs. Sandy Brockhouse, who was appointed to the Planning Commission back in July. The first motion that the board, or we are requesting of the board, is to move to accept the resignation of Sandy Brockhouse from the Planning Commission effective September 26, 2021.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Got a motion and a second by Commissioner LaCroy and second by Commissioner Laster. Just a quick comment. I know that this was a recent appointment, and because of employment opportunity, Sandy just couldn't keep the commitment of being able to meet on the regular days that the Planning Commission met, so we're sorry to lose her. I would ask if there's any public comments. Any comments from the commission? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
All right, and the second part of this motion is to introduce Michael Lewis to the commission. Mr. Lewis is interested in serving on this position. Staff and leadership met with him and feel he would be a great asset and resource to the Planning Commission due to his background, and he is here to address the board if you have any questions. But the second part of the motion would be move to appoint Michael Lewis to the Planning Commission and approve the chair's signature on his warrant of appointment.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
move to appoint Michael Lewis to the Planning Commission and approve the chair's signature on the warrant appointment.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Michael, would you like to come forward, please? First of all, we appreciate the fact that you've expressed an interest in being a part of the 7-member Planning Commission. We know that it's a time commitment, and it needs to be somebody that's got an interest in that. So we thank you for that. But Michael, would you just give us a little bit of your background?
I moved here right after the flood in '73. I went to work with Black Hills Glass and Mirror, traveled out on the road for many years. Eventually went to work for a national company that got bought out by General Electric, and then for many decades I traveled throughout the United States with General Electric in their sealant and silicone division. Had a chance to retire early and did. My son, that was a Marine, said, let's build houses in Custer. So for 6 years, we built houses in Custer. At the end of that, business started going downhill in 2008, and I said, that's enough. So when that ended, I decided to get busy doing other things. I became the board president of the Hill City Library, and within a short time, I became involved with the South Dakota State Railroad Museum, representing the Warder family on that, and now I'm the treasurer of that. So I have found that if you're busy in business when you retire, you have to be busy in retirement. So, and I know most of you people, and I respect you. Ron's been a big help to me to try to figure this thing out. And I really appreciate you putting me on this. As the old saying goes, and now I are one, so I really appreciate it. And if anybody has any questions along the way, by all means, please let me know. Other than that, next Monday, I'm off and running.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek?
I think Michael's going to be a great fit, and being as I have District Number 1, and being as there seems to be so many issues in District Number 1, and Michael resides in District Number 1, I think it's really going to be a good fit, and looking forward to working with you, Michael.
Thank you.
And we appreciate you and your wife being here today. Thank you very
We'll
much.
get busy. Thank you.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Mike, I just wanted to express that feeling also. You know, I ran into you later on at Menards, and we discussed. I'm glad that this process has worked out to where when someone falls off, you were there to step up and move forward on the Planning Commission. I think you're going to find it's a good group of people and a lot of work, but I think it's rewarding in the same. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you and welcome aboard, Michael. It's now 9:15.
No sign-up takers for public hearing, but Sean is here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Sean Smith. This is the time and the place for the public hearing for the 5-year County Transportation Plan, 2022 through 2026. And so if there's anybody here from the public wishing to address this, I would ask you to identify yourself and come forward. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to Sean. Sean?
So this 5-year transportation plan was put together every year. We started doing it back in 2015. This is part of the Bridge Improvement Grant Fund application. It was advertised, sent to all the townships. It looks at all of our major road projects as well as any bridge projects that we're looking to rebuild or rehabilitate. This plan includes all projects that may be done in-house or contracted out. It's something that it just kind of works as a guideline for us to kind of keep us moving forward with a plan to maintain roads and bridges. It can be amended at any point in time. We run into this, particularly with the bridges. Our bridges are inspected every other year, so we'll run into some that need dire work sooner than others, so they get pushed up. So that's why this is done on an annual basis versus every few years. So with that, if there's any questions.
Any questions? Sean?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix?
So Sean, most of these priorities, the bridges, I think, are pretty self-explanatory. We have inspections of them every 2 years, and so we know which ones are going to kind of go from that route. Some of these roads, what kind of criteria do you guys use to determine which ones need more? Do you have a plan that, okay, we chip sealed this one 2 years ago, it's good for 3, we're going to go move on?
So our chip seal projects, we typically, if they're a blotter surface, every 6 years. If they're an overlay or an asphalt surface, every 8 years. They're on a rotation, so we keep through, and then we try to crack seal every 3 years so that we can get that crack seal down before we chip seal. As far as overlays or anything like that, we do have an in-house criteria that we send our engineering techs out every spring after the frost comes out of the ground so that we can see the conditions of the roads. Sometimes the condition will then, it may be up for chip seal in 2 years, but based on the conditions, we need to get deep patches and stuff, so we'll move that up in the rotation.
And that's pretty much why you explained that, this is a starting plan, things could change and move around.
Correct,
Okay.
Yep. It's a fluid document that we
Okay.
use, so.
Thank you.
And this is the one that you submit to the state?
Correct, yes, this is part of the big application.
Any further comments? If not, I would close the public hearing and ask for a motion to adopt the 5-year transportation plan.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner LaCroix, second by Commissioner Lassiter. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Thanks, Sean. Call on Jay Alderman.
Morning.
Morning, Jay.
Jay Alderman with the State's Attorney's Office. So this next agenda item is, what are we, 14?
14
Yes.
So you have two separate items. If you recall back, a while back, you approved donating some, as part of the budget process, I guess, donating some dollars to both the City of Wall for their project, economic development project, and the County Housing Redevelopment Commission for their apartment construction. And so what you have before you is a resolution and an agreement for each of those two items. The resolution is because the statutory authority authorizing you to do that for those two entities calls on you to pass it via resolution. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a resolution, I'd just have an agreement for you, so we did both. The resolution to give you the authority, the agreement to lay out the conditions and the terms of receiving the money, providing receipts and invoices for the auditor to track the use of the money and so forth. So unless you have any questions, I think Holly has it set up to where you approve resolution, do a motion for the resolution and then the agreement, And then on the other one, again, the resolution and the agreement.
I take a motion to approve the resolution for the grant of financial assistance to the city of Wall.
So moved.
Got a
Second.
motion by Commissioner Laster, second by Commissioner LaCroy. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now we're on to the agreement.
Move to approve an agreement between the City of Wall and the Pennington County Board of Commissioners.
You want to read the whole
Is there a
thing?
second?
Second.
Is that the whole, that's that whole motion right there?
Yeah, if you would, please.
All right. Move to approve the agreement with City of Wall for the donation of $661,900 to be used for the construction of a wastewater system from the industrial park to connect with the city's wastewater system to support economic development. It is further moved to authorize the auditor's office to process the payment through the October voucher cycle.
Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Further discussion? Any public comment relative to this? Seeing none, back to the commission. Any further comments? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item B.
Item B is with regard to, it's the second one, it's the donation of $2 million to the Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment Commission. So it's the same process. It has a resolution that grants the donation and then an accompanying agreement to set out all the terms of the grant. Mr. Chair,
So Commissioner Roskinek.
move to approve the resolution for the grant for financial assistance to the Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment Commission.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any public comment? Any further comment by the commission? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Motion number 2. Commissioner LaCroy.
Thank you. I'd make the motion to move to approve the agreement with Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment Commission for the donation of $2 million to be used in the construction of a 65-unit apartment complex. It is further moved to authorize the auditor's office to process the payment through the October voucher cycle.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Adcock. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by indicating sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Items from equalization. You don't look like Shannon.
Thank you, Jesus. Just kidding.
Good morning, Gordon Wendell, Pennington County Equalization. I would like to request an abatement for parcel 37602 in the amount of $1,442.12.
So moved.
This is for the Lamplighter Motel that the county purchased in November.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Adcock, second by Commissioner LaCroy.
Lassiter.
Oh, that was Laster. Any further discussion? Any public comments?
Thank you, Gordon.
Any comments from the commission? All those in favor of the abatement indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Gordon. You're back up, Sean. Item 16.
So item 16A before you is request for a change order, approval of change order number 4 for our sand salt building. In looking through things, we realized that we had omitted bird netting in the roof of the sand salt on our trusses. In talking with Buildings and Grounds, they've had success with the bird netting and the parking structures. We had reached out to them about possibly installing them, but due to the timely nature that we need this and the cost effective, it would be more cost effective to have the contractor install this. Ultimately, we have to have this in before we start filling it with our sand salt. And with winter fast approaching, we've got our sand salt set for delivery here in the next few weeks. The other item on this change order was noticed during our walkthrough last week, our final walkthrough. There was the sealant for the concrete cutting was omitted from the notes. This is pretty critical to help the life and longevity of the concrete so that we aren't getting water and salt in those joints and breaking that up. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioner LaCroy.
So that's going to include the ceiling, right? This bid?
This change order, yes.
Okay, because I was just a little surprised when I was looking at this. I'm going $3,400 for material and $17,000 for labor. I'm kind of going,
The majority of the labor cost is for the bird netting.
yes.
So yeah, it's a pretty extensive labor cost for bird netting to have that installed.
Remind me, what size of the building?
It's
Looking at,
80 feet wide by 140 feet long.
Okay.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Tell me why you need bird netting. I mean, you don't want the birds there, you don't want it, I mean, is it that extensive or the other salt building that you were talking about in, Hill City?
Yes, yeah, that was what actually prompted this, was our Hill City foreman had asked about bird netting because we have a pretty extensive pigeon problem in that sand salt storage there. And in looking at it, we realized that it was not included in this structure either.
You don't have a pellet gun? I didn't say that.
I guess I'd like to, Mike Cool, Director of Pennington County Buildings and Grounds. Once pigeons start getting established in an area, it's really difficult to deal with it, and they make a huge mess very quickly. Relative to the installation of bird netting, it's a fine mesh. It works very well with our experience. It's been used in the law enforcement parking area underneath the parking structure. It works very well. It is a challenging thing to install, though, because it is very fine, and you got to be careful in how you're installing it. So,
Mr. Chair, follow up.
Commissioner LaCroix.
The only reason why I bring that up, I was just kind of shocked with the labor costs and things are going up, but I understand the problem. I mean, the company I work for with the canopies and stuff, I mean, there is definitely a problem in Rapid City and the surrounding area with that. Now I know why they're not doing some of these solutions.
yeah.
So is this facility open in both front and back or just in the front?
Just in the front.
Any further questions?
Move for approval.
We've got a motion to approve
Second.
by Commissioner LaCroix and a second by Commissioner Hadcock. Any further comment? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Item 17.
Okay, so item 17 is a request for variance to ordinance 14 for a second approach. Just a little bit of history on this. It's 3 lots. You're going to see a layout plan here later on the agenda to consolidate these 3 lots. Currently lots 4, 5, and 6. Back in May, they had applied for an approach permit for lot 6, being that was a solo lot. We need to provide them access. We found the best location within that lot to provide access, but there was some major concerns for sight distance. It's at the bottom of a hill on a curve. So for a solo lot, it worked. However, now, had we known the layout plan was to consolidate these, there were better locations for a secondary approach for a second structure. So this kind of came in backwards in order, in my opinion. The layout plan should have been presented first. Now we've already approved a building permit, a structure, a setback variance, an approach, and now we're asking for a variance for that approach because we're consolidating to one lot. There's some trees on the site that were supposed to have been removed. So ultimately, we're not in support of this. I think there were better locations if they could have put the secondary approach. I understand full well that they want to put a garage, and for the topography, they would need a second approach because their existing approach does not work to put a second structure on the existing topography. However, like I said, we went based on this being a separate lot, we had to provide them access. Now that it's going to be consolidated to one lot, they have to come in for a variance, and a variance to Ordinance 14. So I guess we're not in support of this variance. However, if the commission decides to approve the variance, we would just request that the trees that Mr. Rosknecht had in his photo, and Commissioner Hadcock and I visited this the other night. I took some photos. If you look through the packet that I had, you can see through the trees, her car was parked in the approach. As you look through, walking up halfway up the hill where you're supposed to be able to have sight distance, you cannot see her vehicle. At the top of the hill, again, it's very difficult to see the vehicle. I believe, I don't know, Janelle is present as representative. I'm sure she would like to speak on this.
Okay, Janelle?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Janelle Fink. I'm with KTM, and I'm here with Denny and Wayone Kamick, who are in the audience, in case you would have any questions for them as well. So this, I guess, reaction to the request for the second approach came a little bit as a surprise. We had initially, for this client, applied for a variance for a reduced setback for a secondary garage on their site because of topographic considerations and constraints. The only place to place this garage was in the location that it's proposed and with the approach as it is proposed. The rest of the site has a significant rock outcropping that's really steep. It's not suitable for building. It's not suitable for other forms of access to the property. So initially, when we were helping the Kamicks, that was their primary objective, was to secure the permit for the secondary garage. They have a building permit. They have an approved approach permit for that. During the course of the survey, we discussed the options of consolidating their 3 lots into a single lot. Now, initially, that wasn't something that they were primarily concerned with, but as we moved forward, they felt that that would be the better idea and the best use of property. And almost always, without exclusion, this board looks on consolidating lots as a good thing, as a reducing traffic on our streets, reducing resources that are spent for maintaining additional lots. So it came as a little bit of a surprise here. When the Kamicks applied for the approach, they did some significant tree removal. I think the pictures that Commissioner Ross Connect sent to you, where you're standing at the approach and you are looking uphill and looking downhill, are very clear and show that the site distance is in fact actually very good at that location. And I wanted to also point out and remind you that on August 17th, this commission approved a secondary approach for a lot consolidation that was just down the hill from this. I mean, within a stone's throw. Say, the Kamicks property is in the orange on the top. The other one that we approved is in the green on the bottom. So I believe that this, in the circumstances, is, a totally reasonable use of the property. Consolidating the lots is a totally reasonable objective. And again, with an approved permit and approved approach permit, I'm not quite sure. It doesn't seem reasonable to deny that secondary approach at this point just for consolidating those lots. Keeping in mind that if he keeps them separate, potentially there's a requirement for 3 approaches onto the property if he maintains 3 individual lots.
Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock?
So, Sean, can you tell me, we drove by that secondary approach that Janelle's talking about. They actually have a turnaround, like a driveway through it. Remember, it's down the hill a little bit. And there was some issues with that they needed to finish on theirs, didn't they?
The other one she's referencing, yes, we drove by that. Yeah, that was part of the conditions, that they had to extend the culverts and widen those approaches.
Right, and they actually
Working
have a
on that.
turnaround. They have a second approach like right next to each other. I mean, it's like this.
The horseshoe.
So, yeah, so it's nothing like what you're talking about, Janelle, today. So, and the second part is, the picture do it justice. That's why I parked there, to see if I could see it. So, I didn't see any vehicle in Ross Connect's pictures to kind of show what was going on in that corner. I also see that corner is kind of steep, so, that's great in dry conditions, but this is South Dakota. So if those roads in that area and it's shaded in that area, it's icy. Then I put my truck in there just to see. And if you look where my truck is and they put a garage there, unless you're putting 4-wheelers in there, I don't see anybody turning around. They're backing out and backing in.
Yes.
So that's a huge safety factor on that curve where you can't see something, unless you have a white or a red truck coming out of that curb. Um, I just, and later on, if someone decides that it's a separate lot and they separated it and put a house right there, or make it into a little house or something, I just see sight distance issues. I see safety issues backing in and out of that part. One positive, that culvert that you guys put in is awesome, for the drainage. But like I said, if these pictures don't do justice, Sean is an engineer. He took the pictures, not me. So he took the pictures because of sight distance. You can't see my truck. Ron's didn't show it. It also showed that the two-car garage with some space at the top, that there was room for a car. But I just, from the beginning of this, I did say no for that reason. You're right next to a right-of-way, and you're backing into the road in order for this garage and what's the size of the garage and what's going to be in the garage? Janelle, do you know the size of the garage and what's going to be parked in the garage?
Yes, I do. And in fact, we discussed that at length during the variance that we applied for to allow the garage. I believe it's like a 24 by 24 garage. It's a secondary garage to store, I think he has a collectible car and then some of his other off-season equipment. So this could easily be a house with two teenagers where people are coming and going multiple times a day. Right now, it's a secondary garage that's probably not accessed more than a couple times a week at the best of circumstances, and probably oftentimes, as this is also their secondary home, not at all during the winter.
So I guess I don't get it. So you parked all your stuff down the hill in a spot that's a safety factor and a sight distance, and you're parking a really nice car that's going to be backing in and out of that garage.
When they're
So
yeah.
onto a road that if it's bad conditions, I see like their four-wheelers coming down that hill and different stuff. They seem to be getting off that hill with the four-wheelers and stuff just fine. They have a two-car garage. They have space at the top of their house. Commission, I voted no on this last time. I don't usually shut people's things down, but this is, with the sight distance and the safety issue of this second approach that we put in, and putting a garage right on the 2 feet setback off a right of way, to me, that's just looking for trouble. It's looking for people driving in and out. You said you drive 15 to 20 miles an hour. That's not true. I just saw a car, ask Sean, 30, 40 miles an hour going up that here. I haven't seen anybody yet go 15 or 20 except for me and Sean.
Mr. Chairman.
So,
Commissioner Alaska.
my
Sean,
thoughts.
did I hear you correctly? There's three areas there right now. Obviously, they would have to have approaches if there was a home on them. So we made this decision, and you recommended all this based on the simple fact that there was three different lots. Now, with the consolidation of it, your recommendation is that if there was going to be a different approach, it would be in a different area. Is that correct?
Correct. As we were walking up this, I have a picture here. And it's in your packet. There's a clear 2-track ATV trail.
Yep.
To my understanding, there's a play structure. There's a shed back there. Was this looked at? Because that where he's pulling off is actually in between two curves. It has very good sight distance up and down. To where, like I said, these three lots, Janelle's 100% correct. We would prefer them consolidated as one. When I first looked at the original one, that was my first thought, was I can't believe these were three lots. And I think Janelle mentioned that at the last meeting, that when these were platted, it was a very problematic plat. But I guess from our standpoint, we're looking at it, if they wanted a second garage up there, they would, with the topography, they're not able to get around where that car is parked because there's a retaining wall there. They have a deck in between their existing house and existing garage, making it difficult to put a drive around the house essentially. But if they utilize this ATV trail, that would have been something that we would have been more in favor of than this current location as a secondary approach, if that makes sense. Ultimately, like I said, when we're looking at sight distance, the ideal, and this is not always ideal in the hills because of the features of our roads, but your sight distance is to look left and right, not to park and look over your shoulder. That's why we recommend perpendicular driveway approaches, not at skews and angles. So, and that's what you have to do to get this sight distance at this location, is you have to look up the hill through trees, and that was why on the initial approach permit that was set that I have not finalized, is that these trees needed to be removed.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Sean, what's the average traffic volume on Highway 44?
On Highway 44, I don't have that. That's a state highway, so I don't have
What's the
that.
average traffic volume on Forest Road?
On Forest Road, I would need to look at our traffic counts.
Do you think that's something that we should consider before we make a decision?
The traffic counts?
Traffic count and what's the speed limit?
Speed limit's 20, posted 25, recommended on those curves at 20 and 15.
So I thought, and I read the packet, that they said if they didn't consolidate this, every one of those three lots had the right to, for an approach.
Correct.
So based on decisions that we've made so far, they put the approach in, it's developed, they've spent the money to hire an engineer, they've put the gravel pad down. Even if they didn't build the garage, would they not have the right to access that portion of the property?
They would if they went through the approach permit, which they did for that single lot.
Basically, everything I do, I just try to run on common sense, and being it's got this far, I'm going to be right up front. I'm going to be in support of it.
Can I point out that we are not arguing the garage today? There's an approved building permit with a variance for the garage that's been before this commission. There's an approach permit that was approved. Sean says there may be some trees, additional trees that need to be removed. He did some significant removal, but we're not arguing the approach permit. We're just arguing whether or not you can consolidate these three lots into one. If you deny this action today to consolidate those three lots, you don't stop the garage, you don't stop the approach, you just prevent him from consolidating three lots into a single lot, which by anybody's estimation is better if we're reducing density on a road that's considered to be, if they feel that Forest Road is unsafe.
So Chairman,
If I may, real quick, this issue here before you is for the secondary approach. This is not the layout plan consolidation approval. That's with planning and zoning. This is because they're consolidating to one. Our ordinance 14 allows for one access unless they're agricultural accesses. They're allowed one access. As they consolidate this, they will now be at two accesses. We would then need this approval from the board to allow this
Variance.
access to stay.
Right,
Commissioner
that's
Adcock.
correct.
so,
But if it's not approved, it doesn't change the fact that the garage can still be there and that the approach can still be there.
Commissioner
You just
Adcock.
have three lots.
so here's the problem. When we consolidate the lots later, Janelle, and then you already asked because it's only this spot where we can put this garage, when we know there's an ATV trail with a top, where we just denied people on this board, which was common sense, supposedly, because we didn't want to give a guy his spot on top of a hill because there was other spots. Am I correct? That was common sense to me, that he didn't have to move his stuff back because there'd never been a road there. Now you have a spot that we put, and I didn't vote for it, because I did see a second approach, and I can see an ATV trail. Saw it before. And you can get to the top of the hill. So why didn't you see that? And then you brought it forward saying that the only spot that you could put his shed was right there. So you had convinced this commission that it had to be right there, Janelle.
And it is not practical to drive a car on the UTV trail. He only uses the UTV
No.
trail to maintain.
Let me finish. You can put a road there. Sean just said that he is an engineer.
That approach.
He actually puts the second approach on the ATV area up to the top of the garage so he can get behind his house.
If I could speak to that,
Just identify yourself.
that path going up.
Excuse me. Just identify yourself.
Oh,
for the
I'm
record.
sorry. Danny Kamick, the owner of the property. I use that four-wheeler to get up there, and the only way you can get up there is a four-wheeler. I had an addition placed on the house a couple of years ago, and for them to get any piece of equipment up there, they had a winch on a tree in order to be able to bring any equipment up there. If we had to level that out to where the grade would be sufficient, there would be no room for a garage there. It is very steep. I have to be very careful in the four-wheeler if and what I've been using it for, why that there are tracks there right now. I was cleaning up the trees that we cut down there. We were cutting them the last few days, and then we were hauling them up to the splitter and to a shed for our firewood for the winter. There is no way that you could practically put a garage on that approach that
So,
they're
sir,
talking about.
if you look at some of those approaches that are in that area, they're exactly what you're saying. And yours is pretty much you kind of gradually go up to the top of a hill. You just already did it and put a house on top. So you're telling me you couldn't make uh, size like little, because you don't have to go to Ordinance 14 standards to build a road on that part just to get up to the back where you could put your shed for your ATVs and your car, because you have some other structures up there like kids stuff and things like that on top of there. So you're telling me on that ATV trail that, like you said, was steep, that you couldn't move that grade so you could actually get onto the top of that hill? Because I've seen it
I'm
many
sure
times
I'm sure
before.
you could, but it would not be practical to be able to level that out the way it is. There's no way you could get that grade to be to where it was practically usable.
Well, sir, without trying to be rude, it's not practical for me to look at somebody backing into a road with vehicles, sir.
Further discussion? So the issue before us today is really the authorization of a second approach. And I believe, Jill, the approach has actually been installed at this point in time?
Right, it's to allow a second approach on a single combined lot. Right now, it's on its own separate lot as an individual lot. Approaches in, approved, with the exception of maybe some additional trees, building permits approved. Consolidating it into a single lot means you need a variance for the second approach on one lot.
Okay, I know this is off the subject. The concern that I'm hearing is that the variance on the setback for the garage, is there any way that that garage can be entered from the side instead of directly from the road?
I don't believe so, with the way that there's drainage that runs along the road, so that makes it a little bit more impractical to put your driveway there. Right now, you're crossing it more perpendicular, otherwise you would be coming in oblique to the drainage, and it would be a little bit more difficult to construct and enter that way.
Okay,
Chairman.
further
Sure.
discussion. Commissioner Roskinek.
I think, the problem here, it goes back to whoever approved these plats and the commission that approved these plats, because this plat should have never been approved as is. And now we're here today trying to figure out a solution.
To a 1960s problem, yes.
So, Chairman, so liability-wise, is there any liability for the county on that road for giving them a second approach on this property? Saying that it is safe, it is effective? Do we have any liability as a commission or as a county department to give them that second approach? Because we are saying it's okay. John, do you know anything to do with that?
I would have to defer to the state's attorney. Legal-
As we all look at
on a legal
Jay.
matter.
Jay Alderman with State's Attorney's Office. This question has come up many, many times over the years. And I've said it, it may seem sarcastic, but I mean it when I say it. You can be sued for anything nowadays. Does approving this automatically create a liability to the county? I would say no, unless somebody wants to test it. And then they can sue you, and the court will end up deciding that. So in and of itself, as I stand here, I would say no. If you believe that is in the best interest and maybe you have whatever other things you could put up from guardrails or whatever it might be to make it safer, you could do that. It doesn't automatically make it a liability until somebody sues you and a court decides that it is.
Thank you.
So I don't know how else to answer that question. It's not a black or white question.
I appreciate that, Jay, and if, I'll say again, when you look at the ATV trail, that is not very steep. And there is structures or things at the top of this. And if we were doing this in this consolidated lot and it was told ahead of time, I think, this would have never been approved.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lasker.
Sean, I'm going to ask another question, and then I'm going to follow-up comment on it. So if you would have been aware of the overall plan that we're dealing with today, later on in the meeting, what would your recommendation have been at that point in time? And that's kind of the big question, but if we deny this today, that current access point that they have on the highway, they would have to remove it, is that correct?
Correct. So yes, if this would have been a layout plan, which would have been ideal to have done first, done a layout plan so that we knew that this was going to be consolidated to one, because we still would have had to have been here for this variance, for them to do a second approach. I still would have stood here and denied that location, and would have been more steadfast because it hadn't been installed already because of the issues.
Because there's a better,
I believe there's a better location. Yes.
And so, see, having all the information helps us make the most appropriate decision when we're making the decision that deals with variances and anything that's outside of the norm for the ordinance. Appreciate it. Thanks, Sean.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Sean, we're kind of, I see that we're in a kind of a predicament. This was 3 different lots, and as is discussed up here, you could have 3 different approaches. You'd
Correct.
have to,
Yep.
one way or another. And so, we could make, as a commission, a point saying, well, if this was consolidated before, we wouldn't have allowed this, but we would have had to if we leave them separate. They can come up later on in the agenda and say, we're going to pull this, separating our 3 lots and put them back the way they are, and we're going to sell them up.
Yep.
Yep.
And then we have to do their approaches, and then we're going to end up with some more discussions. But they can keep exactly what they got because it's been approved. I guess that's my predicament when I'm considering this. One of the reasons why the discussions we had when this came up was, we as a commission are all about property rights and people being able to use their property. And I remember the discussion on this of what it was going to be used for. I guess from looking at it and some of the concerns that I've heard today with backing out into it, is there enough room on this property to where they don't have to back out? They can do a U and turn around from facing forward. Is there enough room for that?
With the rock outcropping on that parcel and the drainage that runs alongside Forest Road, I think they're utilizing the only space available to the max of its potential. I don't think they're giving themselves any room to put that structure in any other way, or to put a horseshoe of sorts.
Yeah,
not with the way that current configuration is and the drainage. And
so the predicament I guess I see myself in is that if I vote no on this, consolidating, they could keep their lot separate and we could have some more problems in the future. Or if I move forward with this and the consolidation, I'll be reducing possibly another approach.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Oskinen.
So it's 3 lots. If they don't consolidate, each one of those lots has an ID number. Each one of those lots has a legal description. And each of those lots are being assessed. And to me, it just makes common sense if the lots are too small to consolidate them. But if they consolidate them, then they're saying, we don't want to give you that second approach. And that if they don't consolidate them, if I read Joe's email right, they legally have the right to have an approach for each one of those lots, even though the physical characteristics of the lot aren't conducive to that, they still have that right. So,
I guess I'd like to add, I mean, in my opinion, I think what Janelle is doing in consolidating the lots is the correct thing that needed to be done here. We would have liked to have seen the layout plan first, because I agree a second approach would be needed for a structure. But as I said, I would have put it in a different location. So the order of all this we got everything, almost kind of the cart before the horse. We approved this stuff, and now we're having to backtrack because of this location.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
so Janelle, how come this wasn't done and told to the staff that you were consolidating the lots first?
We actually talked about that and discussed it with the owner at the time, that he had the option of considering consolidating his lots. At that time, when we started this process months ago, his primary concern was being able to get the secondary garage in. So that was what we pursued. Nobody was obfuscating or hiding anything. We never said that that was not a possibility. And it was something that I discussed with the owner. Over time and through the process, they decided, yes, let's go ahead and consolidate the lots together.
Okay, it
So-
seems like you did it backwards. So then what happens is, Ron says it's common sense that they get 3 different accesses. Well, common sense also tells you that they're saying you can't get access anywhere on these lots except for to put that garage right there. So you're kind of saying one thing but saying another, because you just said you can't put another approach, you can't put a road there to any of those lots, and now you're telling me it's common sense that we're supposed to know that that garage was the best place to put it. That's a garage, that's not an approach to a house. It's an approach on a curve, which I've never seen somebody grant since I've been doing sight distance and safety factors in politics. So, being that you put a garage on a corner with a right of way 2 feet from it, and I feel bad for the folks because you did an awesome job at that drainage. And if I could have figured out something else for you, I would have done it myself. But that is just a cockeyed way to do business. And then recommend that it's okay because you should consolidate it because it could have 3 different accesses. But then you sit up here and tell us that you can't even get to it anyway, any of those lots, because it's all outcropping and you can't make a road up to the top of the hill. So why are you consolidating lots? You don't have to worry about it anyway, except for assessment level, because you can't build a road on it to sell the lots in the first place. But now, what happens if he goes back and splits that? He could turn that, maybe not Mr. Denny, but Travis wants to buy his property someday. He's not going to live there forever, so I'm going to live right there. How much you want to bet? That's why we have houses or little outcroppings right next to roads. So you could say the road, you could say whatever, it's not a safety factor right now, but you could have somebody live there. They could add a second story or anything to it. So common sense is just about as common as you get in one sense, but you keep saying that wrong, but it's not common sense. It's common to you, and it doesn't make sense to some of us, or me personally. So all that stuff that's said so far, you're backtracking. You say you can't put any road there. You said you can't put that garage anywhere else. You need to consolidate this because I agree. Your assessment is going to be lower. I appreciate that. I can appreciate that. Bottom line is, you're saying 2 different things. You're saying you can't do something, but you did it, and you had to put it here because there wasn't any other access, and you got to consolidate because there ain't any other road. That don't make no sense, Janelle.
Mr.
And-
Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I'll just say one more time that we are the ones that basically put these folks in this predicament.
You did.
No, well, bottom line,
Mr. Chair.
and then today when I came to this meeting, I backed my truck into my parking space. So, think outside the box. The guy wants to use this more for to store an antique vehicle. So you can back the antique vehicle in there. You can back into that just like you do any street in Rapid City. There is a thing, back in, pull out. That's the way Black Hills Energy, every car in that parking lot, they back in. Just, just wanted to let you know that there's more than just pulling in and backing into the traffic. You can,
That's not a street,
Well-
that's a road.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to attempt to make a motion to see where we're at. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the request for variance ordinance 14 standards and authorization to a second approach for the property located at 22941 Forest Road by Denny
second.
Kimmick.
I've got a motion and a second. Further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No,
Got vote 3-2, unless you want to call for roll call. I had Commissioner Lassiter and Commissioner Adcock voting no.
yes, sir.
3-2. Approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to suggest that we move item 18 down the agenda. Dustin was at another meeting this morning, and so he'll probably be here later. Any objections to doing that?
No.
No.
Item 19, items from the public. Any public concerns that would like to be expressed at this point in time? Seeing none, we'll go to, well, we can't go to planning, and we can't go to the Board of Adjustment, but we could go to the regular agenda items under planning, which would put us at item D, which is the public hearing of ordinance amendment AO 21-13 Pennington County to add section 325 marijuana ordinance definition of terms.
Can't do any of
Here, we
that.
can't start that until 10:30.
We can't do that one until 10:30 either.
Advertise for
Move to take a
10:30.
break.
You could do executive session if the board so chooses, or just take a break.
What's the decision of the, what's the
Move to go to an executive session.
Second.
motion to go to executive session and a second? Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
We have John?
Take a motion to go into the Board of Adjustment.
So moved.
So you got to come out of executive session
Oh, I'm
first.
sorry.
Move to come out of executive session.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Move to go into the Board of Adjustment.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item A.
Good morning, COSAC Environmental Planner. Agenda item A is variance VA 21-31. It is to reduce the required lot size from 3 acres to 2.25 acres in a rural residential district. The applicant is Dennis and Wynone Kamick. The agent is Fist Land Surveying. Janelle is in the audience as well as the landowner. The location of the property is at 22941 Forest Road. It involves 2.26 acres. Currently, it is zoned rural residential district, and the existing land use is residential. Access is off Forest Road, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property. When reviewing variances, we take a two-prong approach. For prong number 1, I have them up on the board, and I'll read the answers. For number 1, no, the request is not a blight on the neighborhood and does not appear to be a threat or a nuisance. Number 2, does it conform to the neighborhood? The subject property is zoned rural residential district. The surrounding properties are zoned rural residential district and suburban residential district lots sizes under 2 acres. With residential uses, lots that are under 3 acre requirement are legal non-conforming. For number 3, the zoning ordinance requires rural residential district to be 3 acre lot size. Number 4, the current comprehensive plan identifies the property as rural residential district, which requires a 3 acre minimum lot size. Proposed lot 4R will be 2.26 acres. And number 5, lot size does not harm public safety, health, or general welfare of the public. For prong number 2, whether a special condition exists to grant the variance, no. Exceptional narrowness, topography, siting, or alike does not affect the zoning or lot size of a property, and the applicant could rezone to meet the zoning ordinance. Currently, as the property sits on lot 4, which would be this lot right here to the south, there is a single-family residence with a detached garage and a residential addition, all of which have building permits. And they are current on their on-site wastewater treatment system. Lot 5, which is the middle lot, is vacant of any structures, and lot 6 has a building permit for detached garage. This was brought around for interdepartmental review. The highway department does not have an approach permit on file. One must be filed. That is a condition of the layout plan LPL 21-60, which will be heard later at this meeting. Layout plan LPL 21-60 will be heard later at this meeting. A rezone was required as the conditions of approval, which was approved by the planning commission. The applicant can rezone to either low-density residential district or suburban residential district and meet the lot size requirement. There is suburban residential district within 1/2 mile of the subject properties. Both zoning districts allow the same uses as rural residential districts, and rezoning would not grant any uses that are substantially different than the current uses in the area. Staff finds that there is no special conditions or hardships that exist, and the applicant has other options to meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance. That does not interfere with the applicant's right to use and to the use and enjoyment of the property. So staff is recommending denial of variance PA 21-31.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Laster.
what triggered the desire to rezone?
They are currently consolidating those lots. When you consolidate lots, you have to bring the zoning into compliance.
Thank you.
Janelle.
Good morning, Janelle Fink with KTM here on behalf of the KMIX. If you don't mind, I have a little bit of an exhibit that I just want to submit for you, and then I would like to address the request.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So when we look at the request before you today, we are asking for you to allow a reduced lot size in the current zoning designation. Now, there's 3 reasons why I'm asking for this. The first one is that this property became zoned rural residential by virtue of the ordinance that you just adopted here in the past few months. Okay, this property and all of the surrounding property, almost exclusively with the exception of a couple lots, are zoned low-density residential. The second point is that the future land use plan also shows this as being rural residential, so which was also adopted in the past few months by this commission. So the exhibit that you have before you shows an area outlined in kind of a heavy red line. That represents basically this Forest Homes development area. It's 160 acres. Right now, there are 116 lots within or partially within that red line. Of the 116 lots, there are 14 lots that are zoned low-density residential, which allows lots to go down to a 1/2 acre in size, and there are 102 rural residential zoned lots, the same that the KMIX have. Of the 102 lots that you see there, only 4 of them meet the minimum 3-acre requirement for this zoning designation. So this is absolutely normal and typical in this development to have lots that are less than the 3-acre minimum, but still zoned the rural residential. So what happens if you rezone the property? Because the planning office said, well, you can rezone to low-density residential or you can rezone to suburban residential. So if we do that and we rezone to low-density residential, you can do lots down to 1/2 acre in size. So now in this 160 acres, instead of 116 lots, you could conceivably have 320 homes. You would be opening the door for people to rezone or to subdivide their lots into potentially 320 lots. If you rezone to suburban residential, which allows you technically to go down to 6,500 square feet under certain conditions, that translates to over 1,000 lots in this particular 160 acres. So when I look at this, in keeping with the character and nature of this development and the area around, and preserving the lot sizes that are there already and being consistent with the zoning and the lot sizes, the variance is the best way to go. It allows you to look at this individually and say, okay, does this merit granting the variance by consolidating these lots, rather than opening the door to additional changes in zoning that would provide the opportunity for significant increases in density to these areas, which I don't think any of the property owners would really be supportive of. So I'm here to request that you support the variance based on the existing uses and lot sizes in this area and based on the zoning that you adopted a couple of months ago.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
Commissioner Oskinek.
the problem with this subdivision, and I said it earlier, is that it should have never been platted like this based on that topography. That topography, those lots should have been a minimal of 3 acres, but they're not, and so here we are today. And I totally agree, a rezone isn't going to cure the problem. To me, it's just going to make the problem worse. So I'm in favor of the variance because of the hardship created by a plat that should have never been approved in the topography that exists in that 160 acres. It's steep forested rock outcroppings.
Commissioner Adcock.
So Cody, go ahead and say some facts on here, if you would, please.
So low-density residential does allow for a half-acre lot size, but septic requires 1 acre. So even if it was zoned to low-density residential, the state requires a 1 acre lot size for septic. So you wouldn't have thousands of acres out there. You'd still only have 1 acre lots at the most.
Okay, and what else? Because when you look at this map, it looks like everybody else is just like this, the people that want this rezone. Is there something that I'm not seeing on this map? I mean, this is your map, but Janelle had lined it out, which I appreciate, with all the houses and stuff on there. Why is their lot and why would this be denied if it's no different than what's already up there?
So the reason why this was made rural residential was to keep from subdividing in the future, subdividing down. However, without clicking on every lot, I believe that some of those lots that are in there, actually quite a few of them, are actually already between the half acre and the 1 acre. So if you rezoned it to the low density residential, those lots are still already a half acre. So you wouldn't be gaining anything or granting thousands of additional lots. A lot of those lots are already between a half acre and an acre.
So they have 2.65 acres right now on those 3 lots?
So with the state, if you consolidated it into one and then 20 years from now subdivided it, the most you would get out of that property is 2 lots, which is still less than the 3 lots that are there now, so less density.
And then if they subdivided, what would it be then called?
So if they
only could basically do 2 acres or 2.3
if they subdivided in the future after they consolidated it, the most they would be able to get would be 1 acre lot sizes.
Would be what, Cody?
Would be 1 acre lot sizes.
And there's only 2.65 acres?
So yeah, correct.
So again, if the remaining area is the same as those lots, why would we deny it? Am I missing something here? You said that those might be half acre or something, but.
So without actually being able to click on like these lots up in here, they are, I've clicked on a couple in the past. They are the half acre to an acre, so if this property was rezoned to low density residential, which you could go down to that half acre if it was on a public water system and the septic was there. But those lots are grandfathered for that size.
But
they were low density residential in the past, and Janelle brought up our ordinance changing over in February. Low density residential required a 3 acre lot size. So all of those have always been the low density residential to keep it from subdividing further into the thousands of lots that Janelle's referencing.
Yeah,
But
but,
just by allowing a low-density residential lot here doesn't actually allow thousands upon thousands of lots.
but, so we changed all these to a different setting is what we did when we changed it. So now they're not rural in those areas. They are
So,
called what?
so those are rural residential. In the past, they were low-density
Density,
residential.
3 acres.
Low-density residential on, I believe it was February 26th, switched over to rural residential. And now we still do have a low-density residential zoning district, but there are no properties that are zoned low-density residential district in the county right now because that is technically a new zoning district under
So
the
you're
new
calling low
ordinance.
density rural residential, and these are all rural
Those are
residential.
all rural residential.
But if they subdivide
It
it,
would
they would
go
be suburban and something else.
or suburban or low-density residential, all of which allow the same uses that rural residential allows. The only difference is lot size and setbacks to the property lines.
So every one of these ones in this area would be having issues if
If-
they subdivided?
If they were subdividing, yeah.
Okay.
Janelle, you had a comment.
I just wanted to clarify that in regard to going down to the half acre, all it takes is sharing a well. It doesn't require a community water system. It requires a shared water source. So somebody that has an existing well on a 2-acre lot or a 1-acre lot could share the well and divide it into 2 if this were rezoned to the low-density residential.
Not with a septic.
Yeah, yes, even with a septic, you can do 20, I think it's 22,000 square feet, so it's roughly a half an acre lot with a shared water supply. If you have individual well and individual water supply, it's a 1-acre minimum requirement. Shared water takes that down to, I think, 22,000 square feet.
Hey,
Megan, you
Megan
had
Kruger
something
with
to
the
add?
State's Attorney's Office. So the State's Attorney's Office opinion and advice to this council is if a property owner can rezone, that they should rezone and not seek a variance, because in my estimation and the State's Attorney's Office's estimation, they have another option and it doesn't meet our standards for variances. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
after 35 years of appraising real estate, and if we rezone that, I still call it spot zoning. And it was always my understanding that we never wanted to allow spot zoning, and that's why you have the process to do a variance. The variance would eliminate forcing people to do a spot zoning, in my opinion. And to me, I'd much rather approve a variance to let them go below 3 acres and sit there and turn that into another shade surrounded by a sea of 2 different other colors.
opposite.
So, in the past, the spot zoning, we looked at colors. However, even in the past, when we looked at spot zoning, we looked at zoning within 1/2 mile. The suburban residential district is just down the road.
Yep.
So it is in the area, and there are other examples of low density residential sitting in between open space and things like that. If you read, we as a county do not have a definition of spot zoning in our zoning ordinance, and when that happens, we look at the American Planning Association dictionary, the APA dictionary. That's what was in there, and if you look at all those definitions, spot zoning is referenced as granting a use or zoning that would grant a substantially different use in that area. They're using it for residential purposes. Everything surrounding is residential except for the open space to the south, which I'm guessing is Forest Service. So by granting the low density residential rezone or the suburban residential rezone, you're not spot zoning. The only thing that you're looking at for spot zoning is you have a different color right in the middle, but the use is exactly the
So
same.
Chairman, we do have a thing, it's actually the opposite of what Ron said, change in district boundaries, variances, and other amendments to the zoning code and use the area maps that violate sound principles of zoning are characterized by the following. So actually, so when you're changing, you're actually creating the spot zoning by not zoning it. But here's my bottom line. A lot of that area, I'm not against this, believe it or not, because a lot of that area, even though I understand what Megan is saying, it is about the same as what this is. And if you did suburban residential or you did whatever, you'd still be in compliance with what is happening. We changed what they are now, And now we want to make them conform at this point to the zoning law. Because we changed from rural or low density to rural. Cody, I guess from seeing, and this is what I used to draw for people, when I did stuff to make sure when we did stuff and it made sense, that if there's other properties in the area that were conforming to the same issue, and could be, we changed it, not them.
So the word change that was brought up is used inaccurately in my opinion. They were low density residential under the old zoning ordinance, which still required a 3-acre lot size.
Right.
This still requires a 3-acre lot size. The only difference that changed was the name. The requirement was still the same. They were still grandfathered in. If they weren't platting, they'd still be legal non-conforming.
But you still have lots, Cody, sorry, that are 2.6 and different in those areas, is what I'm saying, without changing unless they come in and do something different to their land. So are all
Correct.
these areas 3 acres, or
So,
you have a bunch
so the
lower?
purpose of legal non-conforming and grandfather status is when there is a change to the property, bringing it into compliance with the zoning regulations. By rezoning it, you'd be bringing those lots into compliance with the actual zoning
So
ordinance.
if they were low density, they'd still have to come down to and rezone to suburban residential or whatever, no matter what.
Since they're platting, they're changing it. So if they rezone to either one of the suburban residential or the low density residential, they could still plat, they could still do everything they want to do. It just is in compliance with our zoning ordinance.
But aren't they rural, which would be, or low density now?
Their rule, which requires 3. The new low density requires a 1/2 acre. The old low density required 3 acres. So they're the same.
But they're low density now, and they're
They're rural now.
They're rural
They're
now.
rural
We're
now. In
low
the past,
density.
so
I
before
got it.
February 26th, they were low density residential,
And they
which
were 3
required.
acres or 2.65.
They're broken out. It adds up to
So those pieces would have
2.26.
been actually normally suburban residential.
They were legal non-conforming. If you come in and do any changes to it, like platting, you're supposed to come into compliance.
What I'm saying is they would have been suburban residential because there were 3, these do not, 2.65 or these 3 acres wouldn't have added up to rural residential.
Yeah.
So now they've combined it to make it and try to conform to rural residential, or like you said, now you want them to rezone it after the fact when they actually combined the lots and tried to be more like what was in the color now. Even though we think they should be rezoned into what we have today to make it legal, I still believe they combine 3 lots and try to make it more like the residential area than having it suburban residential. That's my thoughts.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Woody, what does it, so let's say we go the rezone route. What is the time frame? I mean, I think these people have been through a lot. And so what is the cost to do a variance? What does the county get for that? How much longer does it postpone the time frame to do the rezone?
So it would be a rezone with comprehensive plan amendment would be a couple months. However, if they would have came in and talked to staff about it before, they just submitted the variance. They didn't talk to us about rezone. They didn't talk to us about anything. They came in, submitted the layout plan with the variance at the same time. So if they would have came in and submitted the rezone at the same time that they submitted the variance, we'd be at this meeting. It'd be 30 days after approval. It was by them applying for the variance that is going to push them back if the board doesn't grant it. It would be on them applying for it without applying for the rezone when they had the option to rezone.
Mr. Chair, for the reasons I mentioned earlier in this dialogue, I move to approve that variance.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair.
Further discussion. Commissioner LaCroix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to support the motion on the floor because I studied this, and I quite frankly, there are 2 other applicants on our agenda today that went through the rezone like they were supposed to when they came forward. And so all the work that they did, I'm just nullifying. But what's happening with this. I understand the discussion that's going on, but those other two applicants could have done the same thing as what you're doing right now, come forward, but they decided to do the rezone like they were supposed to, and Planning Commission went through this, and one of their recommendations is to do the rezone. It's one of their stipulations. It's later on in our agenda also, so I'm not going to support the motion on the floor.
Further discussion? Janelle, do you have something else you wanted to offer?
I just wanted to just quickly reiterate that the reason that we submitted for the variance was to remain in keeping and in consistency with the existing zoning here. And then if we had gone the rezone route, we would have had to do a amendment to the major comp plan amendment as well in addition. And my question is, since this was zoned in February by, this was put forward by staff, this was supported by Planning Commission and the commissioners. If truly the zoning should have been something else, should be this new low-density residential and down to half an acre, why wasn't that included? There's 102 lots in this 860 acres that don't comply with the 3-acre minimum. Why wasn't the zoning changed or assigned? It's like you punished these people because you made them in non-compliance. So if they come forward to plat, they have to rezone or they have to get a variance. It should have been zoned differently.
Okay.
They were low density residential before the change, which
Not meeting the 3-acre lots.
not meeting the 3-acre lots, but the county cannot come in and just rezone that to a different district. It was kept the same requirements, 3-acre lot size, setbacks, uses, and everything, just the name changed. So the county can't come in and say, well, this area, it was low density residential, we're gonna make it suburban residential now. That's not what we do in the purpose of the comp plan.
Brittany, I saw you move forward. Did you want to add something to this?
I just wanted to comment that on the layout plan, the condition was to rezone, not obtain the lot size variance. So that information was in the layout plan conditions.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Got a motion and a second to approve. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
3-2 vote, passed. Commissioner LaCroix, Commissioner Laster voted no.
That failed.
Failed.
Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry.
That
Board of Adjustment. That
You need 4 votes.
vote failed. We need 4 votes, supermajority on Board of Adjustment.
So that means, Chairman? So that means
Commissioner
they have
Adcock.
to rezone, Jason?
Correct.
Okay.
Item B.
Morning, Commissioners. Jason Fennison, Deputy Planning Director. Agenda item B is variance 21-32 to reduce the minimum required front yard setback from 25 feet to 10 feet. The applicant is Tim Torpy. The location of the property is 23062 Thunderhead Falls Road. Lot size is currently 0.57 acre. Zoned rural residential district. Access is off Thunderhead Falls, and there is special flood hazard area on the property to include floodway. When basing their recommendations, staff utilizes a 2-prong approach. Prong 1 determines whether granting the variance runs counter to public interest. I will read staff's responses, starting with number 1. The request does not appear to be a threat or nuisance to the neighborhood. Number 2, single-family residences are common throughout the neighborhood. The requested use conforms to the neighborhood. Number 3, the zoning ordinance requires a 25-foot setback from all property lines in a rural residential district. Number 4, the comprehensive plan identifies future land use as rural residential, which also requires a 25-foot setback from all property lines. And number 5, the proposed addition does not appear to harm public safety, health, or general welfare of the community. Prong 2 determines whether special conditions exist to grant a variance. Number 1, does a special condition such as exceptional narrowness, topography, siting, or the like exist on the property? Staff found that yes, it does. The building envelope for the subject property is limited by topography and special flood hazard area to include floodway. Topography slopes towards Rapid Creek with a total drop of 7 feet, and 84% of the subject property lies within the FEMA regulated floodway. Physical conditions do exist that would warrant approval of this request.
Chairman?
Commissioner Adcock.
Move to approve variance VA 21-32 with two conditions based on staff recommendations.
Second. Got a motion from Commissioner Adcock, second from Commissioner Ross Connect. Any further discussion? Any public comment on this? Any commission comment? Questions? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item C.
Hopefully that'll
And I
work.
understand that we do have Diane Killian on the Zoom.
Yes, my husband and I are both here.
Okay, we'll call on you after the presentation. Cody?
Okay, Cody Sack, Environmental Planner. Item C is variance VA 21-33. It is to reduce the setback on the north property line from 25 feet to 10 feet to build a single-family residence on the subject property. The applicant and landowner is Kevin and Diane Killian. They are on Zoom if there are any questions. The location of the property is on South Rochford Road. It involves 3.46 acres. Current use is residential, and access is off South Rochford Road, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property. When reviewing variances, we take a two-prong approach. Prong one's on your screen. I'll read the answers. For number one, the request does not appear to be a threat or nuisance to the neighborhood. Number two, there are other single-family residents in the area. The requested use appears to conform with the neighborhood. However, single-family residents in the area appear to meet the required 25-foot setback or are legal non-conforming. Number three, the zoning ordinance requires a 25-foot setback for all property lines. Number four does not apply. Number five, the request does not harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community. For prong number two, whether a special condition exists to grant a variance. For number one, whether a special condition exists, topography and geologic makeup of the property limit buildable area on the property. 1A, enforcing the ordinance does create a hardship on the property by limiting the buildable area. And 1B, granting the variance would observe the spirit of the ordinance. The proposed structure still sits back 10 feet from the nearest property line, and that property line is set back to public land that will not be developed. Currently on the property, there are two bunkhouses. The applicants are going through a conditional use permit. Building permits for those will be obtained during the conditional use permit process. And the conditional use permit is to allow two seasonal cabins to be used as bunkhouses. This was brought on for any department review. There were no major comments or concerns that were received. The applicant is proposing to build a single-family residence. The neighboring property line affected is the Forest Service, and the topography of the property affects the buildable area. So staff is recommending approval. Staff finds that topography creates a special condition on the property, and the variance does not run counter to public interest. Therefore, staff recommends approval of variance VA 21-33 with two conditions.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Ross Connect.
move to approve variance VA 2133 per staff's recommendations.
Two conditions.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Ross Connect, second by Commissioner LaCroy to approve. I ask the Killians, would you like to make a comment or you just want to answer any questions?
Just here for questions, sir.
Okay, any questions of the Killians? Hearing none, is there any other public comment relative to this? Any other comment by the commission? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move to come out of Board of Adjustment.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to come out of Board of Adjustment. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Did you see the high five?
I did.
Regular agenda items. Brittany.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. Item D is public hearing of Ordinance Amendment OA 21-13 for Pennington County to add Section 325 Marijuana Ordinance Definition of Terms to the Pennington County Zoning Ordinance. And the Planning Commission did recommend approval of Ordinance Amendment OA 21-13. This section of the ordinance is to incorporate all of the definitions into each of the sections that are going to be pertaining to the marijuana requirements. So instead of having the definitions in the beginning of each section, we just created its own section and then reference.
Second.
The motion is to approve what? Commissioner Hadcock?
Public hearing of Ordinance Amendment 21-13, Pennington County to add Section 325 to the marijuana ordinance definition of terms.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion? Any public comment? Any further comment by the commission? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Item E is public hearing of ordinance amendment OA 21-14 for Pennington County to add section 326 marijuana businesses to the Pennington County zoning ordinance. The planning commission did recommend approval of ordinance amendment OA 21-14. This section is to add to the zoning ordinance to establish the conditional use permit requirements for marijuana businesses operating in Pennington County. So I would entertain any questions on this.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Couple questions, Brittany. What we have before us, is this, are the lineouts what the planning and zoning had done when they were walking through this, and then this is where they corrected it?
Correct.
Okay. And then so what's the, in section D, why did it move from 30 to 10 days?
It moved from 30 to 10 days is when we originally drafted this ordinance. It was prior to the state making their final recommendations. The state does require now that they have to apply for licenses within 90 days of approval or at the effective date of our ordinances. If we did the 30 days, it would make that timeline tough for them to be able to submit to the state. So we reduced it down to the same amount of time that is in all of our other conditional use permits.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Oskinek.
Brittany, my question was, as we navigate through this muddy channels of medical marijuana, we always have the option to go back and modify ordinances so that we might find some problems out there. So if once we approve a final, we still have the option to come back and make corrections, I'm assuming. Or
Absolutely.
amendments.
Absolutely.
And I just want the general public to know that as well.
Yes.
I figured I'd just come up here for questions also.
Commissioner Lassiter, did you make a motion on that?
No, I just asked a
Okay,
question.
okay.
I think Commissioner LaCroy has a question now, too.
Commissioner LaCroix.
First of all, Brittany, I just want to thank you and your group for what you guys put together here after going through it. I mean, there's some, I'm sure that tour that you had, Doc, and your staff went to Denver to see what was going on and check out other things, brought the questions, and you clarified that in this. You know, some of the things that stick out for me was in the cultivation, you have verification that the proposed premises do not utilize water that has been or is illegally diverted from any stream, creek, or river. I mean, some of this stuff's, took some thought and consideration. Also, with the exhaust air filtration systems, a lot of the stuff that you guys are talking about are following OSHA standards. So, that I'm really impressed with. The only really question that I had towards the end was, this is a conditional use permit. And you had it down as $3,000 and a review fee of $500. And for the amount of work that I see that's involved in this, I'm not sure $3,000 covers that. I mean, is that something you guys really went over on this conditional use permit? I mean, there's a lot of information requirements and communication with the states and verifications. A lot of the staff time that's going to be involved verifying a lot of this, and I just struggle with that amount.
Yeah, when we had gone through with like staff time, so from the beginning to the end, it's about $9,500 total. So the initial application process, the conditional use process. I do believe, when you look into other conditional use permit fees and the time spent, I think this is a fair amount for the amount of time. If it becomes onerous, I believe that we could increase that amount later, but I think that this, we vetted it out between staff and with the commission office, just going through to see how much time that it was going to take staff.
Okay. So follow up to the
Go ahead.
conditional use is $500 is pretty much just another inspection fee. Is this going to be pretty much on top of the state? They're going to have to follow up with the state requirements is also, I'm assuming, too, so.
Correct.
Okay.
So, Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
do you know what the fee is? Have they said anything through the state yet, Megan?
So I know their yearly fee is 5,000. I can't remember what their renewal fee is, because I know that they have to resubmit, but I can't remember what their fee is. And their fee schedule is set up a little bit differently because it's set by state statute. It says the state may charge 5,000, whereas our statutory authority says counties and municipalities may charge a reasonable fee. So we have a little bit more flexibility.
So the marijuana CUP application, so CUPs are every year, or are you doing this the same way of any CUP we have that based on after a certain, don't we have requirements on our CUPs? First year, good. If there's no issues, is it the third year? I can't remember now on our CUPs, Brittany.
Right, they are required to be reviewed on an annual basis in
Okay.
accordance with this proposed ordinance amendment.
Okay, so every year it would be, and do we have any kind of person that is going to be inspection? Is that why you got a different two inspectors, or you have?
Our desire is to have our current ordinance enforcement officer do the inspections and do the follow-up. This conditional use permit is part of the review. They'll go through the review process for their conditional use permit, and then when they do their renewals, that will come up as part of it. So, you know, as part of the conditional use permit, there'll be a couple steps, and you'll see that in the licensing section.
So I know when we were in Adams County, it took a lot of time for those inspectors, and they had an inspector, except they only had lower than us for how many businesses, for dispensaries, cultivation and stuff, didn't they? Remember, because it was 3.
Yes.
So they had one inspector and they were totally busy. And that's for a population of 500,000.
Yeah.
We're actually gonna, I don't know if we're having,
They had, I believe they have 16 total types of licensing, so that between dispensaries, cultivation, and they had one person that was an inspector, and then they had a code enforcement officer. So they had about 1.5 to 2 employees for that number of licenses.
so based on what we're doing, what is gonna be our total for the amount of businesses that we had per inspection? Because our code enforcement is already really busy.
Right, so we're looking at about half of what Adams County was.
8 total businesses?
8 to 9, yes.
Okay,
9,
just
I
food
believe.
for thought, that maybe with the fees and stuff, that we use those for maybe another inspector, a person basically on marijuana licensing and inspections, so.
So that is one of my concerns, and I've expressed that before, is that we make the county whole relative to this, so that whatever fees we're collecting is going to anticipate to pay whatever costs. And I know the planning department is not the only one that's going to have costs in regard to this. And so I think we have to be very careful in making sure that we establish the correct fee amount in the beginning.
Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Commissioner LaCroix.
I'd make the motion to move to approve ordinance amendment OA 21-14.
Got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Is there any public comment in regard to this? Kit Jeffries. And what I'd like to do here is, I don't know how much testimony we will have in regard to these, the various medical marijuana issues, so I would like to establish a time frame on this. I would suggest that we limit speakers to 3 minutes. And without objection from the commission, we'll establish that, and I'll ask Holly to run the clock.
Clarification, is that per ordinance?
Per ordinance.
All right.
Ron, take one.
Okay, so what you'll see in front of you, sir, is the timer is in front of the chair. The red is obviously time up, but when it turns green, you can start. When it turns yellow, you've got 30 seconds to wrap up your comments.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep, we'll go ahead and start.
My name's Kit Jeffries. I represent Dakota Cannabis Consulting. I live at 1732 Mesa Drive, Rapid City, South Dakota. In the handout I handed out to you guys today, one of the things we talked about with the Planning Commission was outdoor cultivation. So I just wanted to show you a couple pictures of what outdoor cannabis cultivation looks like. These are professional operations. They have high fencing with opaque screening to make sure that the outside public can't see what's inside their facilities. And then I also included the definition of agriculture. And the definition of agriculture is a science of practicing of farming, including cultivation of the soil for the growing of crops. I'd like to turn your attention to page 1 of Ordinance 326, where it talks about the zoning. And one of my recommendations would be to add agricultural zoning for the proposed cultivation and manufacturing facilities. I also want to thank the planning department for everything that they've done, the state's attorney's office, law enforcement, all their hard work that's gone into this. I couldn't agree with Commissioner LaCroix more on the water variance and the thought that was gone into this. Odor control, that's a lot of time and effort spent on it. I couldn't agree more with you on Commissioner Drews on the fees and everything associated with it is going to take time. And so I just wanted to touch on that one piece on page 1. And then on page 2, just clarifications on the movable structure. Is a greenhouse a movable structure? Just wanted to get clarification on that and just kind of bring that thought up. And then also the thought I'd like to bring for the commission is what the county plans to do with the waste from these facilities. By allowing cultivation sites to be on agriculturally zoned land, they can have compost piles on their own facilities. They could reuse that compost into nutrients or create soil and nutrients for those plants. And then on the very bottom of page 6 for Ordinance 326 was allowing outdoor cultivation. Our goal within the cannabis community is to eliminate the black market. And by doing that, allowing outdoor cultivation lowers the cost of goods, lowers the barrier entry to allow farmers and ranchers who have agriculturally zoned land the opportunity to get in the business. That lowers the price point for patients. And right now, the black market doesn't care if they're putting your kids' favorite cartoon characters on their products. They're growing outdoor in California, Oregon, Colorado, and they're shipping it to prohibitionist states like Idaho, South Dakota, Nebraska, and that's the material that's coming in. That's where the black market exists in those legal states. By allowing just those black market guys distributing it to prohibitionist states. It looks like my time is up. I'll be around for any questions. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of Kip?
Sorry. I do for him.
Commissioner Atkins.
So, maybe Brittany can answer. I didn't understand why we didn't do agriculture, Brittany. You can stay up here, sir, if you like.
Sure. The types of, in working with the state's attorney's office and having the outdoor grow facilities, and I think the sheriff's office is here too to speak on the outdoor grow facilities and the security.
Okay.
And also the types of facilities that you see where you're going to have employees and parking and the amount of water and the amount of electricity. They're just more appropriate from a planning perspective in the commercial and industrial zoning districts.
And when we visited that, they didn't have outdoor and they didn't have fencing. They actually had them in buildings, but they were inconspicuous, meaning for cultivation. So their ventilation in their different areas in those buildings had to be a certain type. And they said that growing it outside wasn't productive. It wasn't something that was going to be good for marijuana. So it's funny that you're saying outdoor cultivation when we talked to two, I thought that were very, very professional, and the other one, yeah. So, but they kept saying that outdoor is not beneficial. That's why it's never really taken off. And maybe it wasn't in California, but like we're talking Colorado, we're talking South Dakota, where it's cold. So I totally understand that part. Waste facilities, Brittany, do we have something to answer that question? Because
Yes,
that was
actually, we
huge.
have a requirement that they have to have a plan, a waste management plan. It's similar to when they have their waste plan, they have to mix it with something that makes it pretty much unusable. They can't throw it out into dumpsters. We saw that when we were on our, in Colorado, that they had to have special companies that come pick it up. So there is like a waste plan
So
for that,
is-
and the state actually requires that also.
So at this point, do we have any companies that do this type of work? So how, if we allow it and we don't have any companies yet, that doesn't make much sense, right?
Well, you can still have the plan, meaning that you can still have a way to have it picked up and transported. I mean, you could still take it to the landfill yourself, so it doesn't necessarily mean
Depending
that
on
you
what
have.
you mix with it and if it's, and we have people that will be inspecting to make sure it's done like it's supposed to be.
Correct.
And then the free market, can you explain that to me?
Yep, absolutely. And Mr. Chair, may I touch on a previous comment and I'll get to that one?
Yes, sir.
If I were in Adams County and I had one of the 6 licenses with an increased cap valuation that required indoor production, I would also be an opponent to outdoor production as well. The problem with Adams County being a person who was a director of distribution for a large company in Adams County was that we didn't like that because indoor cultivation costs so much that our stores had the opportunity to buy outdoor product where there was a lower cost of good for a cheaper product. So the outdoor cultivation, and just to be very layman's terms on it, it still produces the exact same piece. It may not be like the prairie berry of wines per se. By controlling the environment to allow cannabis to grow, it may be more of a barefoot wine. And in rule, we have to allow the opportunity for low-income qualifying patients to be able to afford this product. It's just part of the plan that outdoor cultivators utilize, or indoor cultivators that are zoned agricultural. They utilize that outdoor for edibles. They utilize it for low-income patients, things like that.
Wouldn't it be more towards the black market, what you're talking about, because of the outdoor market?
No.
Wouldn't it add more of the issue because it'd be most anybody could afford, like you said, to go and start growing outdoors?
That's a great question, and I don't believe it would. So what we're trying to do is eliminate our patients from shopping on the black market. That's what they're doing today, is they're shopping on the black market. We're trying to bring this in at an affordable price for patients to be able to purchase product on the store shelf that has to compete with the guy at Kmart in the Kmart parking lot.
I don't know if okay. So, number of licenses should be increased to allow free market to work itself out. Why they limited it in Adams County is because they were trying to figure it out. I don't think you should not limit it at this point because we have not figured it out. We are just learning. We are learning from other cities and counties that actually have done this. So I think maybe that might increase in the future, but right now I think it's smart to start small and then figure it out and make sure we get the bugs out of it. Is that a good way to put it? You'll always be changing. We already know from all our ordinances, but at least start not free market right away.
Well,
So
I will say,
you,
Mr. Chair,
you do this for a living, and I understand you're going to promote that, son, but we
I
have to deal
appreciate
with
the
the
analogy.
consequences.
Because getting the bugs out of it is a cannabis cultivator's worst nightmare. I mean, we fight broad mites and russet mites and all the other pests.
I did see that.
So that's a very good analogy. And I just take it to the likeness of, like North Dakota, for instance, by capping the amount of licenses available, it increases the valuation of those licenses, right? And so we can take it with alcohol licenses we have today. In Oklahoma today, they have, I think, 10,000 licenses. In 2020, they issued 600 new licenses. But within the market, they had an 8% fall off. Businesses were failing. And that's because the market can only sustain what the market can hold.
Right.
So that's why I've always been free market capitalist. And that's why I always view that anybody who wants an opportunity of getting into business, who abides by it's an insane bureaucracy with cannabis. It absolutely is. It is just shy of opening a bank and getting a license.
Mr. Chair.
Well, and I appreciate, sorry, Ron, let me have a follow-up. The free market, because I am too, but this is a little bit different thing than just the free market of business. It is to a certain extent, but this is marijuana, something that we're not all accustomed to in South Dakota. So I'm with you on free market until, like I said, we kind of figure out some of those rules and regulations at work, and some might be too stringent and just not worth having, and the others might have to be more stringent. So you kind of, with anything you do, being in politics for a while, you just kind of got to work out, like you said, those bugs. Waiting period of denial, I'm with you. They did have an inspector there. I don't know what our denial, Brittany, if you could explain that a little bit better, because what they did is, if it was something like they had issues that they could solve with just the inspector going there and not having to, and working with the manufacturers and working with the business owners, and they really had a really good relationship. And that's what made the difference, is you didn't have to sit there and shut everybody down on an issue that was, as you say, constitutes good cause. So depending on what that cause is and what constitutes that, you're right. So Brittany, do we have anything that we could add? Meaning, do you remember when we had the inspectors, they didn't just go shut people down, unless like the third one we had visited where they were doing the cultivation, probably should have been shut down, but the rest of them seemed like a really good, like any businesses, very good relationship on how, you know, what the issue is. It seemed pretty simple to solve. We didn't have to shut them down. We didn't have to deny any licenses or bring them up for a CUP review.
Right, and I would just mention to the commission that under both, for the CUP denial and revocation and for the licensing revocation, it requires a hearing. So it's a process, so it's something that isn't just, I don't know, it's not gonna, both sides basically have their due process. So in order to get the revocation, there has to be pretty substantial reason for the revocation and the denial of the permit.
But if you're complaint-based and you're a new marijuana business, I could see people just freaking. They were freaking down there just on hemp, which it was hemp and not marijuana. And then you're bringing people in for a conditional use permit for something that maybe the general public isn't educated enough to know, basically that, you know, these rules and regulations. How about that? So
Right.
Sure.
I'm not always about protecting marijuana users, but we do have rules and regulations for everything we do, and I just want to make sure that we are not over-regulating where we're picking on a business and then charging them to come up for reviews and stuff, because I think we're going to have a lot of reviews and CUPs come up right away on these marijuana licenses.
Commissioner Ross Connect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I see is, this is just what I see. It looks like people want to spend the least amount of money to make the most amount of money. Growing outside is definitely going to be cheaper, but we had testimony at the Planning Commission from the Sheriff's Department that it's a security problem. And, you know, he explained how fast a juvenile could get out of a chain link fence facility in just a matter of a couple of minutes. And with that being said, he said nothing would prevent, based on the photos that I see here or graphics, that somebody could get inside of that facility just as easy. To me, it's security on a outdoor growing facility would be my biggest concern. I just don't see how that could be as secure as it really would have to be if it became reality. And then I was kind of liking that free market idea, but if I understand it right, if we did that, would we have the workforce to sit there and do the applications and all the process? So I can understand starting off small. If we need to increase it, we'll increase it. You know, we'll do what the market tells us what to do relative to the number of licenses that we need to have.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I totally agree with what Ron just said, and probably the police. My comment would be on adding agriculture. We're still early yet, and I think I wouldn't even consider doing something like that until after we get into dealing with stuff with hemp and so forth. That way people are jumping fences, they don't know what they're getting. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, that's some of the things that I think about. Is we're in the early stages, we'll work through them. once we get through this, we're going to see what kind of hiccups we're going to have and what's going on, and we can work through that.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
I got a couple of questions, if you don't mind. One's for Brittany, so I can, ask a question here. On page, where do I see it here? On page 8, this ordinance, before it was lined out and everything, was this the ordinance that the staff brought forth to the planning and zoning, and then all the line outs is what planning and zoning removed?
It is, and that was removed based on the state's change in that 90-day requirement to submit the license.
Gotcha.
So if you had both those hearings, that would make that deadline a struggle. It would be really tight to get into that. So staff had recommended to the Planning Commission, since they approve CUPs on a regular basis anyway, and the board is still going to see all of the information that was submitted as part of the CUP as part of the license hearing. So the board still is making the final decision.
I got you. That was kind of where I was going, because on page 8, when it looks like you took out the Board of Commissioners on here, is it still going to come to us even though it looks like it's out of this? So
Yes, that is just for the CUP, for the conditional use permit hearing. So prior, we had recommended that the conditional use permit hearing go in front of the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners. Now it will just go in front of the Planning Commission, but the board will still have the final say because they will be the ones that make the decision at the license hearing.
Gotcha. And my other question is, Mr. Chairman, is for Kit, if you don't mind coming back here real quick. So I want to address a couple of your questions that you had here. You talked about on page 2 for the greenhouse. Are you talking about how that is worded based on 5D and then number 3, that no marijuana business shall be located in a movable or mobile structure? Is that why you're asking that question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to understand the context of that, because as I say, those pictures you gave me, I can see how somebody would put a greenhouse over the top of those in the wintertime if that was allowed here, but I wouldn't consider that the business. The business would be the entire entity on that piece of property. So that's why I was just trying to get clarification on that. And then the final question, Mr. Chairman, is about your outdoor cultivation should be allowed. Have you talked to them about having on-site security? Obviously, that's a concern that, if a kid can jump out of a chain link fence in less than 2 minutes from confinement, then other places that you have seen or you talk to that do the outdoor cultivation, do they have on-site security that can intercept somebody that comes over the fence?
Absolutely. So most of the time within outdoor cultivation and the farm that I lived at in Oregon, our house was less than a half block. I mean, it was probably twice the length of this room from our greenhouses and our fenced in outdoor facility. We had audible alarms, we had motion detection alarms, we had security cameras record at night at 1080i, 24/7, 365 days a year. I had a tree that was actually overhanging our greenhouse that caught my motion sensor that kind of ticked me off all the time, but because you go running out and checking it out. But the security is there, and the security requirements are required by the state. So they have certain video camera requirements, certain alarm system requirements that would be required for outdoor cultivation. The state rules and state law both do not prohibit outdoor cultivation. Only Pennington County is prohibiting outdoor cultivation. There are some other jurisdictions that are, but there are some that are allowing it. So the one thing too, I had to touch on 2 things. One, I have a good friend who is an outdoor cultivator who works a half acre of cannabis cultivation, very similar to what we had going on. He nets $40,000 a year profit. That's it. That's all he gets to. That's all he gets to take to go home. The margins for not a superior quality product are not there. I'm sure the margins on Prairie Berry are a lot better than the margins on Barefoot. So I just wanted to bring that up for your attention. And then also, I also wanted to talk about the orange photonics and then law enforcement on testing.
Kit, I'm gonna stop you there, because we're broaching over into new subject matters.
Pardon my passion, sorry.
Okay, so I'm gonna go on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Chris Miller. I'm with M&M Medical Solutions here in Rapid City. We are a company that is focusing on having a cultivation facility in Pennington County. We are on agricultural land, so it is an issue for us. We would like to see it be agriculturally zoned for our benefit so that we can provide for patients, for our community. Second concern of mine was the outdoor cultivation. I look at just vegetation in general, and when it's grown to its organic potential, which would mean the sun and outside, you do have a better regulation of integrated pest management due to what the nature is giving you. In my opinion, in my experience, I did have a lot of marijuana experience in Colorado. I lived there for 10 years. I moved back up here in 2018. So I'm happy to see where South Dakota is taking it. But our experience with outdoor growing is we get a premium product. I would say to look at Balance of Nature. It is a vitamin that is grown with vegetables and fruits from outside using organics and the sun. And they get the best product. And those are my concerns with 326. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, everybody. Tony Harrison with the Sheriff's Office. The sheriff had to run off, so I got the lucky assignment to come up here and chat with you.
Congratulations to you.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up with a couple things I told the Planning Commission a few days ago. I also I'd like to recognize Mr. Jeffries did a good job, and he does a real good job of advocating for his business. Everything you talked about was in terms of the fencing and the lighting and the security cameras was exceptional. The house was 2 distance away from this room away. That's awesome. JSC is tighter, better, with more people and better cameras, and kids get out of JSC. It happens. I get it. There's obviously groups that help those young people get out of JSC. They didn't get out from the inside by themselves. They had accessories from the outside, but it happened. Our facility is as secure a facility as we can have, and it happens. So understand, with all the technology, there's still the human error side of it, right? We've had 2 cars drive through buildings in the last week in Rapid City. It happens. Okay, doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it can happen. I also want to talk real quick about, I mentioned to the Planning Commission, the complaints. Law enforcement will catch these complaints. IM 26 was written with the ability for law enforcement to have zero involvement. It's written in the Atlantic language. Now, the language is still being worked on. That may not be in the final language, but the intent of the original bill was to allow zero interaction with law enforcement to be involved in some of these investigations. So that's built into that original bill. The manpower for us to deal with it will happen because we will get the calls. I talked about in my career, I know there was a complaint of a neighbor calling about their neighbor cooking meat on their grill and the smoke blowing into their house. That is a complaint law enforcement dealt with some time ago. I can only imagine the complaints in the marijuana industry with the odors. Granted, it may be farther away from neighbors, so the odor complaint may not be there, but that also means there's more response time if there is one. So there's that concern. And lastly, I want to address the black market. You can go to Haggerty's Music and buy a ukulele. Probably more expensive than finding a guy who's stolen out of a car. To make it more simple, if you yourself have ever gone to the Elks Theater and snuck in a candy bar and a Coca-Cola in your pocket because you don't pay $6 for it, you participated in the black market. That is what the black market is. The supply is not necessarily the answer. It's the ability to find it at a lower cost, and people will always find it at a lower cost, no matter what it is. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you.
Mr.
Any
Chairman.
questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassman.
So with your investigation limitations, that's a good point. If someone was to break into a facility and steal some of this product or whatever, does a state statute confine you in how to do that? And if it does, how so? I mean, I get it. It was written in a way to limit law enforcement interaction, but how does it limit law enforcement interaction if somebody's breaking into a facility, let's say?
Well, the criminal aspect will probably be allowed because it's a criminal act, but the state is still working on the final language. I've seen some of the language, but it's not been voted on and it's not finalized, so it's hard for me to answer that question. I know the proactive side of the House was very restricted. I would assume the industry would appreciate us being there if there's a criminal event, us coming in, investigating, and helping to find the suspects, but you'd have to ask them.
Do you foresee yourself being taken out of that aspect of it through the current language that you've seen in any shape, form, or fashion?
You know, I think it'd be premature for me to say from my standpoint, because I don't want to, the stuff I've seen is, I don't know if it's been privileged or not, but it's not decided by the legislature, and I would hate to be in front of them what they're working on, if that's a fair answer.
Do you think they would still take away the criminal aspect of trespass and breaking and entering and theft?
I don't believe so for For third-party, non-involved people, no, I don't think so. You're talking for law enforcement going on there and doing work?
Correct.
I would hope not, but I don't know.
That's more of what my focus is. I mean, if a facility, whether it's an indoor or outdoor facility,
Right.
if there's theft, if there's criminal activity that has transpired, someone trespassing to
Yes.
get in there, stealing of
I
product,
believe the industry would want us there to assist them in that, I believe.
and you would still be able to do that as far as you're aware.
I would hope so.
Okay.
Barring state law saying we couldn't.
Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock.
So the worry is that people might crawl over the fence and steal this marijuana?
I don't know if it's crawling over the
Is that
fences.
is that the worry? What is the worry?
I don't know if that's the worry itself of crawling over the fence and stealing marijuana. I think the fact that there is a potential for someone to have easy access to a crop of something that they're looking for when they're desperate. I've worked robberies at pharmacies where people have stolen thousands of pills. A pharmacy is a fairly secure facility. It happens. I think that the outdoor portion of it is more susceptible than the indoor portion. That's my opinion. If that makes sense.
See, if you're a thief, you're a thief. If you want to go in and do something and you have an inside job, like you said, it could be in an indoor facility or outdoor facility. True. We know that because we have good cameras and we have audio and all that stuff, and it still happens.
Correct.
So, and then people are talking about kids crawling over the fence, and then they crawl over the fence and get some marijuana. I think they're already, if they're thinking they need some marijuana already, I think they're already getting it before they crawled over the fence. It just, like you said, it might add to the issue of, there's something, we know the marijuana's down there or whatever, but to think that, we're going to stop kids from doing what they do, I mean, we shouldn't make it easy for anybody, but.
And I think the word kids is probably a loose term. I think anyone who has a desire would be the person we're talking about, not just
Right,
juveniles.
yeah. But then we also don't really put those as incriminations anymore. They get more slapped on the hand unless it's more intense, like pot that I've seen. It's more like, okay, don't do that. There's diversion. You got caught with some pot. What's next? So we are trying to do that so we don't arrest people. We don't add more issues. But now we've added medical marijuana, and we already know what's coming next. So are we going to stop? I'm with Lloyd. I mean, at this point, and Ron and everybody, we're not going to, I don't believe that this commission is going to add outdoor right now. I think in the future, it might be a possibility just based on, what has happened in the market. How we adjust to that and how we use law enforcement in that. I don't think either way with these dispensaries, these cultivators, you're going to get away with law enforcement. Either you're going to have like those really good companies from seed to sale, they track it, they do the right thing. You already know. They're doing stuff on the side. We're not all dumb. Some of that they probably said died, whatever. They only can do it by cash, so it's a big market for cash. I see a lot of issues on one side, and the other is like, how do you stop it? Kind of like alcohol or anything that you have. How do you stop it? I don't think we're going to stop it. We can only regulate the best way we can. And right now, I think even Mr. Jeffries, we need to figure it out and make it more professional. And what I liked down in Adams County is even with the sheriff and the people, they understood if they could work with the people that had the dispensaries, the cultivations, the people that actually do sell the marijuana, that they had a really good relationship. That's what I was surprised and changed my mind because they worked well with law enforcement. They worked well with the planning departments and they worked well and they were building a relationship where, when they had complaints or they had people, it was mostly, and that's what they said, it was a misunderstanding. Most of it was hemp that they're having the issues with, that the people next door thought that they had marijuana when it was hemp. So I think this can be a good thing if we do it right and we start slow board, which I think we're doing. I think Brittany and Megan have made this very successful with Jason and the planning department. I never thought South Dakota would go into marijuana anytime soon, but if it is, let's do it right. Let's be a professional. Let's work with the people that and even with the law enforcement, work with the people that have that understanding and how these rules and regulations can change, or how they can be not so stringent in one way and the other, so it protects you guys a little bit more, or people have an understanding of more. I don't know what that is. But like I said, Adams County, that's why I did like it, and it changed my mind a lot. Just by visiting all the cultivation, visit dispensary. Did I know some were playing the games? Of course I did. But you have that in any industry. It's the ones that are doing it right that are going to teach you the best. And there were some really good people doing it right there, meaning as best as they could for what they were doing in a sense, and very professional, very professional. So I don't know. It just changed my mind on some of the marijuana issues.
Well, I can assure you, from our office, that whatever happens, we will work proactively with the industry, because that's how we do things.
Yes, sir, you do.
And I have nothing against Mr. Jeffrey. He's fine. I've known him since he's been about this big, frankly. He's a good young man, but he's in a business, and I get it. So I'm in a business, and that is public safety. So I'm just here to talk about that.
And I just met your son, who's the policeman. Yeah. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm not, I don't normally practice cutting off commission discussion, but I do have two more speakers that are on the list. Commissioner Laster.
I was just going to point out, I'm in favor, okay, maybe I should rephrase this a little bit. I'm not for or against marijuana. It is what it is. It's been passed. However, I would say that I'm in favor of the outdoor agriculture for this very purpose. Could you imagine if a business, and I'm going to break it down very simple, if you went to the grocery store and you could only buy hothouse tomatoes, if the state, the county, or somebody said you can only buy tomatoes that were grown indoors, you can't buy anything that was cultivated outdoors. I'm a farmer. I grow tomatoes. We pride ourselves on doing our tomatoes. Granted, we don't have the security that you will for ag marijuana, but put it in perspective. If we're limiting it, then we're actually truly limiting a business to what could be potentially something to a farmer that is something very capable that they're able to do with the appropriate security requirements that the state's already set and established. That's my whole point on that one.
Is Mike Willard here? I have you on the list to speak.
Morning, Mike Willard here. I currently own another business here in Pennington County, and I'm wanting to do the outdoor cultivation, then also possibly on a agricultural property. And I'm just trying to figure out why the agricultural wouldn't be allowable if that's what it would be actual farming. And what I'm wondering are hops, if those have to be grown, they're basically grown in an outdoor facility. And what the difference with hops and cannabis would be basically. Why those would have to be grown outdoor, or they're able to be, whereas cannabis has to be indoor. What the basic difference would be.
And you're looking for an answer. Is anybody?
Hop's got to get processed, and marijuana it's got the effect right away, depending on what.
Well, it still has to be dried and cured properly before it's able to be effective too.
It has to be a process.
Yeah.
Mr. Harrison.
I guess from the criminal standpoint, I can tell you one is controlled substance, one is not.
Okay, thank you.
That's better than mine.
I've got another speaker before I'm going to allow people to speak a second time. Okay. And I cannot read the name, but is it Tim?
He was just going to let me speak for him.
Okay.
That's basically all that I have.
Then I.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to use my time to Chris Miller, please.
Okay.
I just wanted to speak on that with the hops and the cannabis. Cannabis needs to be processed as well in order for it to be psychoactive. The flower itself is not psychoactive. If you harvest a marijuana plant and eat the flower, you will not get stoned. You will get the dietary supplement, the nutrition that the cannabis offers, but you will not be psychoactively high. There is no Delta-9. It has to be activated, decarboxylated. Thank you.
Mr.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Could I have that speaker come back?
I know I wanted to ask a question too.
My question would be, if you do outdoor cultivation, we don't know what the demand for medical marijuana is going to be in Pennington County or South Dakota. So how big, I mean, just hypothetically, what are you talking about? 1/2 acre, 1/4 acre, 3 acres? If 3 acres of marijuana, I think that'd pretty much do the whole state, but I don't know.
Well, for every facility, it's going to be different. Okay, now our facility is going to be an indoor facility using lights. I'm just in favor of the outdoor cultivation because I know what outdoor cultivation can bring. But I would say we do not know how much South Dakota is going to go through. Therefore, the cultivation facilities, which we'll talk about in 328,
But if
Mr.
you do a
Chair.
smaller facility and you still have to have all that expensive security equipment, your economy of scale. By the time you sit there and get this thing to the level that it's, that we're comfortable with security, I don't know. I just don't see the profitability until you know what the demand is.
Mr. Chair. Right now, we're basing a lot of the demand, a lot of the things that we saw at the legislature on the demand for cannabis in the state of South Dakota is based on the national average. It's put on by New Frontier Data out of Colorado. They're a cannabis analytics firm. They specifically focus on everything cannabis. And then one of the things that they have concluded was that 12% of the United States population smokes cannabis. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody uses it, or that they use edibles. There are different statistics on that. I just remember the 12% that smoke cannabis. And so if you took 890,000 South Dakota residents and did that at 12%, that would get you about your average of what the black market is supplying today. If you took 133,000 in Pennington County or whatever the number is and did 12%, that would be the people that are smoking today.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Lassner.
My question, law enforcement might have to come up for this one based off of his analogy right there with the hops. And, if you have a handful of hops, is it illegal? And if you take a raw marijuana plant, is it legal? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it illegal to own an actual marijuana plant at this point in time?
Well, that's again a legal question that's probably better.
Okay.
I investigate, I don't prosecute.
Thank you.
Jesus.
As a former prosecutor, yes, and the answer would still be yes, even if everything was in place for medical marijuana right now. If you are not a card holder and you are not a card holder that has the ability to grow under state statute and regulation, if you had a marijuana plant and you were growing at your house, that is illegal.
It's illegal, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
we've only been passing in South Dakota medical marijuana?
That's correct.
Okay, so in Adams County, it was like 1% of their sales, medical. So we're saying we should make a bunch of marijuana right now in South Dakota for people that, or we're just getting ready for the next step. That's why we should make so many dispensaries. Why do we need so many dispensaries in cultivation if it's 1% in a $500,000 county in Adams County? Is that, now that I'm thinking about it, because we're still at the medical stage, right?
And Mr. Chair, do you remember where the 1% came from? Was it around 1% of total gross revenue or total gross sales of their fiscal report for Adams County? Or was it a population-based percentage on how many people used it versus?
How much they were selling compared to recreational? Was 1%.
For 1% for medical. 1% medical versus 99% recreational sales.
Right.
And so at this time, both Amendment A passed at 54%, and IM 26 for medical marijuana passed at 70%. So just on speaking terms, both did pass. The state of South Dakota voted on both. They both passed. One's just being held up on constitutionality.
Right.
Now, when you look at the pie charts, I can share with you. You're absolutely right. Recreational does take up the majority of the pie as recreational becomes available online. And so to speak to that, hops is not a controlled substance where cannabis is. And it's because the political climate of the 1930s when they outlawed alcohol, that they decided as a union that they were going to legalize hops. And that's pretty much the political shift on legalized cannabis as well.
So
I have a motion on the floor to approve Ordinance Amendment OA 21-13.
Hold on just a sec, Gary. The bottom line is, guys, today we are medical. marijuana, and we have a chance to actually start this process in medical marijuana, and I think it's pretty positive starting where we're at. And then if it needs to expand and look at outdoor in other areas, at that point, I think we've got it. Does that make sense?
Any further discussion by the commission? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
I'd like to make a motion to take a 5-minute break.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, take 5-minute break. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The commission will reconvene.
I didn't know you were doing.
Yeah, he's in charge now. We're in trouble.
Commissioner Drews had another commitment this afternoon, so I will serve as the vice chair of this meeting going forward. We are on item F. Brittany?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item F is public hearing of Ordinance Amendment OA 21-15 for Pennington County to add Section 327 marijuana business development plan standards to the Pennington County zoning ordinance. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of this ordinance amendment, and the reason for this ordinance amendment is to establish development plan standards for dispensaries, cultivation facilities, manufacturers, and testing facilities.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
move for approval.
Second. Motion and second.
Okay, I got a motion to approve. Do I get a second?
Yep, I'm second.
Okay, I got a first and a motion and a second. We'll,
Any discussion?
all in favor? Any discussion? From the commissioners? Any discussion from members of the audience? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. Motion carried 5-0.
Good job.
Item G.
Item G is public hearing of Ordinance Amendment OA 21-16 for Pennington County to add Section 328 marijuana business license to the Pennington County zoning ordinance. Planning Commission did recommend approval of Ordinance Amendment OA 21-16. The reason for this amendment is to add this section to establish a requirement for all dispensaries, cultivation facilities, manufacturers, and testing facilities in Pennington County to obtain a license.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lafter.
I have a question for Brittany. On page 5, item, I think it's I3.
Yes.
Why was that removed, just out of curiosity?
That was removed based on a comment from the public, and then the state's attorney reviewed it. This would be a more appropriate comment if recreational marijuana was allowed in South Dakota right now, but it doesn't apply to medical.
So medical, you can purchase it on the facility and utilize it right there on the facility?
Well, you can, under the age of 21 and things, it conflicts with some of the medical requirements. That's why it was stricken.
Okay.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Hadcock to approve, second by Commissioner LaCroy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same. Motion carried 5-0. Item H, public hearing rezone.
Item H is public hearing of rezone RZ 21-26 for Pink Cabin LLC. KTM Design is the agent to rezone 6.68 acres from suburban residential district to urban residential district. The Planning Commission did recommend denial of rezone RZ 21-26. The property as it sits today is 6.68 acres. It's located in the Murphy Ranch subdivision and within the Murphy Ranch Road District. It's currently zoned suburban residential district, and they're asking to zone it to urban residential. When we looked at surrounding land uses in the area, there is a proposed 84-unit apartment complex on the corner of Reservoir Road and Longview. There is a West River Electric substation, a fire station, and a church within the vicinity. This property would be for a multifamily unit off of Springfield Road there. So staff is recommending approval. However, Planning Commission did recommend denial.
I do have a speaker request on this topic. Andy?
Did you want me to? These are all your.
Haven't seen you since the last planning commission, 10 years.
First of all, Andrew Skull, 2665 Cavern Road, Rapid City, South Dakota. I'm here as a representative and a member of Pink Cabin LLC with my partner, Jim Skull. So
Dad.
we did, and it is very nice to see you again, Commissioner Hadcock, but it has been a while,
Sorry.
yes. So when we submitted for the rezone, I'm going to say that we probably underestimated the issue when we went to Planning Commission and probably didn't provide enough accurate information to help make good decisions. So today, I'd like to provide you with more information. I really view this as we have two options going forward. Number one, we heard a lot of concerns from the public and from the neighborhood, and we've addressed, or we've already had addressed, we just not provide the necessary information for that. I also want to hear what other concerns you have. So to me, the two options are, I like to move for an approval with the commission and/or ask for a continuation of the item for a period of 2 months where we can meet with the road district, we could meet with the neighborhood, and see what other potential items you have. So if you could give me a few minutes, I waited patiently and learned a lot about marijuana today.
Chairman?
That would be beneficial.
Commissioner
Andy,
Hadcock?
can you just go through, at least for me, the basic issues why you think you were denied and how you have changed that, or they misunderstood them?
Absolutely. Let me make sure I have the right information here. So I think the concerns were, number one, density and increased crime, which I don't know that collectively you can assume that apartment complex increases crime. Secondly, there was a great concern associated with the traffic outflow, and Kelsey is going to help me here. 3 previous developer owner of the land had provided a different layout, which due to current design criteria and standards does not work in today's world. So we'll just start right there. So I think this is what previously you had seen. This particular portion of will not exist because this is still owned and maintained by the Murphys for themselves. And this current situation, Kelsey, why don't you take me to the next exhibit? Kelsey's wonderful help here. So we'll talk about this one here. So this is what potentially this parcel of land would look like if you were to have single-family residences. You have about 196 feet from the property line to what is now a 77-foot easement required for the existing drainage ditch. Previously allowed for 236 feet. In 196 feet, you could not collectively build a 6,000 square foot lot with a city and/or county road located between the two. There's not enough width. So we're limited to 196 feet. So ultimately, by current design standards, the criteria allows for, I'm going to say, approximately 10 lots. Now, if you were to go with single-family dwelling units, you would probably see us come back and make a request for mini home type lots, similar to what's been done in Hill City and the Bull Run subdivision there. Take me to the master plan layout, please, Kelsey. This shows the overall layout of Murphy Ranch. Everything in gray is either currently developed or currently in development as we speak. The brown area is specifically what we're requesting the rezone on. Down here along Highway 44 are other future 4 phases. So how this works is the intent is to develop 39 single-family lots down here in the corner coming off of North Highway 44, primarily mostly Vesley's land in the past. That would complete sometime spring, summer of 22. We'd move into phase 2, completing 39 lots in spring of 2023. What does this do? This creates 2 new access points on Highway 44. One is a left in, it's both ways, left and right. One, I believe, is right hand only, right in, right out. This would increase, and the traffic study has been completed on this road. So any potential future multifamily project would be concurrently phased after the completion of, what's this road called? Mauser? I think it's Mauser Drive. which would connect through. So we would be able to, one of the concerns of the neighborhood was the outflow and inflow of traffic through the existing neighborhood to the multifamily area. I think we could also highly bet that the majority of the Murphy Ranch neighborhood, which wonderful neighbors, great development, great neighborhood, I think that we're going to find Highway 44 through these future phases will become the new primary access and eliminate a very large amount of potential future traffic from multifamily. What else did we have here? Take care of me here, please.
Let's do the actual. So what were the planning commission's concerns?
Planning Commission's concern was increased crime. I have a hard time understanding that.
Okay.
The road district plan, please, Kelsey. The road district was concerned about maintaining the road. Now, if you're familiar with multifamily development, what you'll find is that this currently shows the existing road district. It's not including phase 5, I think 7 and 8, 9 of Murphy Ranch, but the subject land is within this property boundary somewhere in this general vicinity. So the crime was one concern. The traffic was a concern, traffic increase. I think by the phase plan and showing how we developed this from Highway 44 north really alleviates that issue. The road district, I think their concern was about the increased amount of traffic and what that would intentionally mean in terms of their burden of the road district. I'm a president of a road district myself. I didn't have the opportunity to talk to them before coming here, but I look at it opposite. Multifamily, you're going to have a private road, not a public road, and they're also going to get the tax revenue and benefit of the multifamily property. So there's a pretty good benefit to that road district without potentially any future cost. There has not been any discussions at this time with that road district about expanding through those future phases of Murphy Ranch, but I think that either a new road district or an expansion of this one would be reasonable at that time. Those, what I understood, were the primary concerns. Experience says that in a 7-acre area, you could probably fit 120 plus apartment units on a parcel such as this. I think our request was for rezone to 72. So we're not looking at a high density. We're not talking about somebody building a 4-story apartment complex. We don't have a specific plan or specific idea what they would be. That would be something that could be discussed, but we're more in the range of a smaller density, more residential style type product that might be 4 plexes, 8 plexes, or 16 plexes in multiple buildings.
So Andy, one of the concerns at the Planning Commission was the quality of life. I think they came in here with the perception that they were going to get low rents, low quality life, and it's going to impact a neighborhood where a lot of professionals evidently. That's not my district. I don't get out in that area, but that was one of the concerns, quality of life. My question was, what are we looking at for the finished product? What price point would you be looking at? And people that professionals live in apartment buildings, and I think that was one of their concerns. And there was a lady that was quite concerned with the water table or the water underneath. And there again, that's not my district, but water and water diversion was another item that came up at that meeting.
Yeah. I think we're looking at market rate. I think that this neighborhood, why is it a successful neighborhood? I think it's location. I think that it's that range of housing that a good majority of people that can afford, proximity to the schools. And so I think we're looking at market rate. I don't think we're looking at high-end apartments such as Founders Park, but I don't think we're looking at affordable rate. Affordable type housing. Now, that's always an opportunity to develop affordable housing within an apartment complex. So we're looking at a product that would match, the overall feeling and confines of the neighborhood itself, right? Not to degrade the value of that neighborhood. I don't know that I can address the water and drainage concerns. You have the very large, Murphy ditch and the drainage ditch that's there. and there's a 77-foot easement there for a reason. It's obviously not a 77-foot ditch, but it's there to provide appropriate drainage, appropriate access for cleaning. I mean, when ditches get in problems, and is because they're not accessible, they're not clean, they get backed up. You see that happen a lot in Box Elder, unfortunately. So that's why you provide that 77-foot easement. This is a photo of the subject property here. This is the culvert that currently crosses Longview. Currently, there's a 20-foot utility easement along the neighboring property, and generally you can kind of see the relatively flat area where we would support that. You know, if the desire was to go to the length of what's the exact layout, what's the exact product, we'd be willing to bring that back here at the commission, and that would be a potential reason for looking to continue this, you know, for a couple of months. What's hard is that I think all of us understand is sometimes you start one place and it might modify slightly, but it would be generally relative to the desired product that would end up there.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll point out that at that meeting, there was a very large audience, and I think that put a lot of pressure on the planning commission.
And they probably think that, you know, you're going to go build a 200-unit apartment complex that's 4 stories tall and 450 feet long, and right. And,
well, as I was talking to Jim earlier, I said it's all about communication.
That's right.
There's a little bit of a
and we probably failed to communicate that effectively at that planning commission meeting.
Mr. Chairman, thanks for giving some more explanation, because I was contacted a lot about it. It is my district, and the biggest concerns I got out of it was a multi-unit apartment complex. They're like, how big is it, and all that kind of good stuff. The other thing they were concerned with was that drainage. Now, the question I have is there any plans to improve that drainage at all, or was, with the plan that you had shown just a little bit ago, was it still going to just, you know, the property line is going to come up to where they come up to, and the ditch is still going to be a natural ditch?
Yeah, I'll let Kelsey answer that question.
The reason why it's going from 60 to 77 feet is because we're improving that drainage channel to increase the flow to support the property. Okay. So we're being asked of that in the design criteria, so we're improving that.
So I guess just to be specific, I'm not, do we actively have to improve it, or do we have the right of way to improve it if necessary at a future time?
No, we actively have to improve it when we put anything on that property.
Okay.
Next.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner McCrory.
First of all, Andy, I appreciate when you first come up, you said, well, if you want to continue this for 2 weeks, I can go out, reach out to the people and talk to them. You were fine with that, but you came back with a plan. When I was reading through the agenda, and I read through about 7 letters that we'd received from residents, and so I imagine it was a pretty hectic planning commission meeting. But, you know, typically, the way I explain it is, where I live is probably, when I moved in there, the development was probably similar to what you're doing right now. And over the last 12 to 15 years, yes, 2 apartment complex, 4, 6, probably went in all in that area, and a lot of improvements are made. But they've all been made to the better. Just as you pointed out, better access in and out of where you're at has helped. And for future land use, I mean, there may be stop signs have to be, or stoplights put in later on, you know, who knows, but when the phases come out, because this doesn't happen overnight, and that's what a lot of people fear. So I get a little choked up sometimes when I see a lot of the same old comments of stereotyping housing and people. You know, I hear a lot of people say that my housing values are going to go down because it's rental properties, and people don't take care of properties as well as owner occupied, and so my values are going up. Ron's an appraiser; he could probably attest to that. That development helps improve the community, and prices values go up, I think. So I just wanted to express that I've read all the letters and wanted to express to the residents that, you know, change is hard, but when it gets done and you see what's actually happening, it's probably an improvement, and it's easy to judge and make these assessments, but they're not true. So,
I appreciate that. I'd like to make a comment. Kelsey, you take me to the master plan layout again. I'm not quite sure when it was. When we talk about that, Pink Cabin has a significant investment. I think there's a total of about, I don't know what that is, over 100, about 130 lots. We don't want to do something that's going to decrease or the value of where we still have a significant investment that has to be developed out. So, words are only as good as what they're said, but so we have a vested interest in the neighborhood. We're proud of the neighborhood. We're proud of the residents of the neighborhood and what's yet to come. And so our mindset is we think it is part of the neighborhood. We want to build something that matches the style of what it is, matches the income bracket and level of the owners of the area, and continuing to improve that area. So just along with what you said, this isn't a one and done deal. There's a lot of work that needs to be taking place here, and this is just one piece of it.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Laffer.
I know I'm not going to be able to make a motion, but if someone wants to talk shortly after I do, I will make a motion. But if I understand you correctly, you're willing to go back and give us a finalized proposal for this and spend a little bit of time talking with the community?
Yes.
What's a good timeline for that? That's what I
Yeah,
really want to know.
I think we are willing to do that, and I wouldn't say 2 weeks. I would probably request 2 months, especially if you want to see a specific product that would be built there. That's not something that, you look, this is a 2-year out project. So, right now, we're at the very beginning of the thinking process. I think we can show a layout, we can show an intended design, and we can then show intended aesthetic features of what that looks like. That's the biggest missing piece here. And I also think that would give us time to talk to the neighborhood if they choose to, talk to the road district and try to quell some of those concerns. I've been on the other side of the planning commission. I understand. And like you said, change is always hard. And that is something we're willing to do. We'd rather do it right than do it fast.
Chairman.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So you can still rezone this with the intention of you, meaning the developer, Andy, and if that's Dad. So, and then still come back and, we're rezoning this, we got it rezoned, this is what we're doing, because I'm not against what they're doing. I just still think they need to visit with the neighbors.
Yeah.
And get them more informed. Does that make sense? Instead of hold up the process in the meantime, because we're going to have them wait 2 months so they can go through that process. So, again, because I want my place quiet, I don't want any traffic, I don't want this and I don't want that, but I don't own that. So I want to tell you what, I can't see my views and I can't, you don't own the land. If you want that, you have to buy the land by you. But I still think if you rezone this and with the intentions of, and I know Andy from planning and everything, that he will go in there and have some public meetings, then I think that's fair that we let him still move forward on this. We don't have our staff that's against it. I think once you communicate with the community that you're dealing with and they know and you're held accountable at that point, they're more likely, not all of them, but a lot of them that I've seen in the past when I've seen developers do this, they become more aware of what's happening and they're more susceptible to say, okay, we're going to leave this alone now. We understand. So again, my recommendation is to move this forward and then make sure that in those meantime that Andy and his company ends up having a public meeting for them. So just a suggestion.
Any more discussion from the commission?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner LaCroix.
I'd move to approve the rezone 21-26.
I've got a motion by Commissioner LaCroix to approve. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then just do that for us, Andy.
Was there any
Thank you.
public comment? Yeah.
Item I, layout plan.
I'll tell him. Gotta make sure.
Hold on. Tell them to hold on.
Okay.
We just need to
Do we have anybody from the public that wanted to speak on that?
Did we?
If not, we'll move on to item I, layout plan, LPL 2160.
Good catch. I didn't think that.
Cody Sack, environmental planner. Item I is layout plan LPL 21-60. It is to combine 3 lots to create lot 4R, block 8 of Forest Home Development Subdivision. The applicant and landowner is Dennis and Wyone Kamick. The agent is Fisk Land Surveying. Janelle's in the audience if there are any questions. The location of the property is at 22941 Forest Road and involves 2.25 acres. It is currently zoned rural residential district, and the existing land use is residential. Access is off Forest Road, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property. Currently, as the
Without being rude, Cody, we've heard a lot on this property, so I'm gonna move approval.
Second.
Okay, so we got a motion by Commissioner Hadcock, a second by Commissioner Lafferty. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this subject? If not, can I have all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, the same. Motion carried. Item J. Go ahead.
Sorry. Item J is layout plan LPL 21-61. It is to combine 2 lots to create lot 7R of the Forks at Remington Ranch subdivision. The applicant and landowner is Justin Devaney, PDQ Construction Incorporated. The agent is Renner Associates LLC. The location of the property is approximately 0.11 miles east of the intersection of South Highway 16 and Mill Iron Road. It involves 1.02 acres. Currently, the property is zoned highway service district and is vacant of any structure. Access is off Mill Iron Road, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property. Currently, as the property sits, both lot 5 and 6 are vacant of any structures and do not contain an on-site wastewater treatment system. The proposed lot will be vacant and will be 1.02 acres. This was read around for department review. There were no major comments or concerns that were received. For the purposes of the layout plan, staff finds no significant issues of the applicant's request as it appears to be in harmony with the existing lots and current land uses in the area. The planning commission recommended approval for LPL 21-61. With that, staff recommends approval of layout plan LPL 21-61 with conditions.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Travis to approve, second by Commissioner Hadcock. Is there anyone from the audience that'd like to speak on this? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Item K.
Item K is rezone RZ 21-27. It is to rezone 14.82 acres from agriculture district to ranchette district. The applicant and landowner is Brett and Sandra Estes. The agent is Ferber Engineering, Zach Lampert. The location of the property is at 7820 Norseman Lane Road. It involves 14.82 acres. It's currently zoned agriculture district. Existing land use is residential. Access is off Norseman Lane. There is no special flood hazard area on the property. When reviewing rezones, we look at current zoning within 1/2 mile. And currently within 1/2 mile, there's suburban residential district, that is the orange color, rural residential district, that is the yellow color, open space, which is the dark green, and agriculture district, which is the light green. We also look at the future land use within 1/2 mile. In the future land use, there's the open space, which is the dark green, ranchette residential district, which is the tan, rural residential district, which is the yellow, and suburban residential district, which is the brown. This was read around for interdepartmental review. There were no major comments or concerns that were noted. Current zoning of future land use in the area identifies the subject property and several parcels as rural residential district within 1/2 mile. Therefore, the applicant's request to rezone appears to be in harmony with the current zoning in the area, so staff recommends approval of rezone RZ 21-27.
Second.
Moved by LaCroix to approve, second by Hadcock. All in favor?
Aye.
Comment?
Public comment.
Comment.
Are there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this matter? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Item I.
Chutima Sabbun Planning Department. Agenda item L is layout plan LPL 2162 to combine two lots to create Lot A, Lot 8A of Block 3 of Patola Estate subdivision. The applicants and landowners are Jack and Marie Zimmer. The agent is Brad Limbaugh. The location is 12525 Jack's Court. There is no special flood hazard area on the subject property. Lot 8 is 1.22 acres and consists of a single-family residence, a shed, and a detached garage. The property also has an on-site wastewater treatment system with a current operating permit. Lot 10 is 1.29 acres and vacant of any structure. The proposed Lot 8A, Block 3 of Patola Estate will be 2.51 acres and consists of single-family residence, a shed, and a detached garage. The request was routed for interdepartmental review. Register of Deeds stated that proposed lot is okay. I don't think the west half northeast quarter needs to be in the located in. The subdivision sits in that, but the lots included in replat do not. Staff comment this will be included as a conditions of approval. There is a staff analysis. There is an existing access easement on lot 10, which was not included on the proposed layout plan. This is included as conditions of approval. Also, the size of the proposed lot does not meet the required minimum lot size of the current zoning district and future land use. Rezone and comprehensive plan amendment are required, which is included as a condition of approval. The applicant's request appears to be in harmony with existing lots and current land uses in the area. Staff recommends approval of layout plan LPL 2162 with 11 conditions.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hadcock. Who was second?
LaCroix.
Croy.
And second by Commissioner LaCroix. Is there anybody from the audience that would like to speak on this issue? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Item M.
Item M.
There you go.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, Deputy Planning Director. Agenda item M is rezone 21-10 to rezone 10.95 acres from agriculture district and rural residential district to rural residential district. The applicants are Ian and Brad Estes. Their agent is Fisk Land Surveying. Janelle's in the audience if you have questions for her. Property location is 500 Ridgeland Loop. It is 10.95 acres, currently used as residential purposes. When evaluating and recommending approval for rezone, staff takes into account zoning within 1/2 mile. As you can see on the screen, open space is dark green, agriculture district is light green, rural residential district is yellow, suburban residential district is brown. We also evaluate future land use in the area within 1/2 mile. We do have open space, dark green, ranchette residential is tan, and again, rural residential is yellow. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. The Doty Fire Department did respond stating that the planning department, via memo, and they did oppose this rezone just due to the density of that neighborhood, and a memo is included in your packet. Rapid City Planning also responded stating that the city has approved preliminary subdivision plan for the subject property, and the proposed rezoning is needed in order to approve the final plat. And no other concerns were noted. Staff's analysis of the request is that current zoning within 1/2 mile of the subject property identifies several parcels as rural residential districts. The request to rezone appears to be in harmony with current zoning, future land use designations in the area, and the comprehensive plan. The subject property is within the 3-mile plating jurisdiction of the city of Rapid City. The applicants are currently in the process of subdividing the subject property into 3 lots through the city of Rapid City, and approval of this request will allow the plating process to continue. On August 3rd of this year, the Board of Adjustment did approve variance 21-03 to allow 77 units on a dead-end road system in lieu of 40 units. And with that, staff recommends approval of rezone 2115.
Is there anyone from the commission that would like to speak on this?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Hadcock, second by Laffiter.
Lassiter. Lassiter or Lassiter?
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this
It's okay, Ron.
topic? If not, roll call. If not, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Item N.
Take my word for it.
Agenda item N is Planned Unit Development Review 16-03 to review a planned unit development to allow for specialty resort development to include uses such as vacation home rentals, weddings, reception, picnics, family reunions, parties, single-family residences, bed and breakfast, storage, gift shop, spa, cabana, bistro, detached accessory structure with living quarters, duplexes, etc. Applicants and landowners are Dan and Nancy Evangelisto.
Move to continue till October 19th.
Second.
Save you some.
October 11th.
Oh, says 19th on our paper, but 11th, okay.
No, it
No.
says 19th.
19th.
Okay.
That was easy.
Staff report says 11.
So
I'm going to say what I got here is to the October 11th.
19th. Is it
19th.
supposed to go to planning commission or is it supposed to go to the board of commissioners?
Yeah, because that's what the recommendation is, October 11 Planning Commission.
Right, so they've submitted major planned unit development amendment to address several conditions of approval. That amendment will be heard at the October 11th Planning Commission meeting.
October 11th.
So the motion is by Commissioner Hadcock to move until October
11th.
11th.
Oh, because that,
For
I
us,
think
it'd
the
be the 19th.
19th
For
is
you as
for
the
us.
board, it
For the
needs
board,
to be
it'd be the
continued
19th.
till October 19th.
Okay, what they said,
So it was the 19th.
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 That was your motion?
Yes, sir. Everybody got it?
Okay,
In a second?
could we repeat the motion?
To move to continue the review of plan unit development, PU 16-03 to the October 19th, 2021 Commissioner meeting.
And I got a second?
Second.
Anyone from the audience want to speak on this issue? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same. Motion carried. Item O.
Item O is Ordinance Amendment 21-17 to amend Section 324B5A, accessory dwellings. This update will allow accessory dwelling units to be in a front yard, similar to what we all.
Second.
Moved by Hadcock,
Fair enough.
seconded by
I figured you'd like that.
Lassiter. Lassiter.
I got questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
All in favor?
Nope.
Oh, he's got a question.
Excuse me?
He's got a question.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I got a bunch of highlights. As I was reviewing this, and I just wanted to make the commission aware, the accessory ordinance I think is good, but we did run into one, Jason, a month ago where recreational vehicle was going to be used for, somebody wanted to put it on their property and use it as a VRBO, that type of thing with their lands. And I get that and understand that. But as I was going through this, like on page 2 from item number 5, or item number, 5, number 2, an accessory dwelling footprint must be smaller than the principal dwelling. So what happens if a person has a shop and they decide to make that their principal? I mean, if you go up in the hills, you see a lot of shops end up being half residential, half garage, right?
Correct.
So these are some of the things that I'm seeing out in our county that I think I just wanted to bring up. And the other one is why can't a primary dwelling be the smaller square footage? If you have a dwelling on your property, an accessory dwelling for family members or whatnot, and things change, maybe you decide you want to live in the smaller one and rent out the other one that's got more square footage, why can't you do that?
Right, so I think we put a square footage limit of 700 square feet on these.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because they need to be accessory to the principal dwelling on that property.
Yes, but I'm talking about what happens if I've got the bigger house and I decide I'm getting old and I just want a smaller place and I want to rent out the house.
Right, so I think what we're trying to get to with this ordinance is that we have an accessory dwelling so that we don't have two single-family residences on the property, which is prohibited by our zoning ordinance.
So you don't have a rental, which would be different, and you'd probably have to do something different than using it as an accessory dwelling.
Yeah, I've got some problems with.
That's what he's trying to tell you by the
I-
700 square feet, young man.
Yeah, well, I know the square footage, but there's just some of the stuff that I think I may bring up later on. I just wanted to bring to your attention. I mean, I think times are changing. I've said that with these accessory dwellings with multi people living on the same property, and just as I said on this last item that we approached, people are assuming that just because they like to judge renters as being less than owners, and whether it's short-term rentals, long-term rentals, this judgmental stuff it really bothers me and concerns that we get that quick to judge people.
Right.
And situations. And so when I look at these, it seems like some of them are pretty specific, 28 days is considered long-term rental. And why can't, if I've got a property that has two dwellings on it, why can't I, if you read through this, the smaller one's supposed to be for the accessory dwelling, and you're supposed to live on the main dwelling, the type stuff. Those are just some of my concerns, Jason, and this is my time to air it, so you have to listen to it.
Chairman, is there people we missed in the audience? Sir, are you with some other item? What item are you here for?
Well, the item I came for has passed, but I do have an interest in this.
Come on up, sir. Sorry. I just saw you sitting back there, and sir, you're with the Forest Service, am I correct?
I came for one of the rezoning items because I was a neighbor. But I saw this on the agenda, the accessory dwelling issue, and I think it's an issue that has a broader implication to the aging population. In previous years, when a family got older, they might build a house for the kids to live on, and the old folks would grow old gracefully and die in the old place. And I'm looking at that situation right now where I have 14 acres and have kids, and the price of housing is out of sight. And we don't want to move. It's a rural property. It's a really nice place. But we would like to have the ability to build a second structure where we can grow old gracefully and let the kids take over. And I understand, they sort of do that using the accessory dwelling rule, but wink, wink, yeah, you're only supposed to live there so many days a year, but we sort of ignore that. It would be nice if this commission would look into revising the accessory dwelling or allow the old practice of a family taking care of its own rather than forcing them into assisted care facilities and so forth.
Jason, do you have an answer to that?
Correct. So
Okay.
accessory dwelling units don't limit you to a certain amount of time per year. So I think you're thinking guest house, which is limited to 180 days per year. But accessory dwelling units can be used as long-term rentals, long-term stays. We just put the 28 days in there to avoid vacation home rentals.
Okay. And then the comment I would have, 700 square foot is pretty small.
Right.
It'd be, a little more reasonable if it was 1,200 foot or something like that.
Sir, could you state your name just so that we have it for the record?
Tim Pavick, Pavek.
That would be called something else.
Right.
Once you
And
start
again-
building, yeah.
And again, the intent behind this is to be accessory to a primary dwelling, not to be equal in size.
Then you would have to split the lots, and that would be a whole different, I know where you're going, but like if you were, I don't know, your daughter or your son would live in that smaller house, and then, or you give them the bigger house and then move into the smaller house, whatever you feel necessary. If not, you're gonna build a whole new house. There's a whole new setback rule, there's all kinds of different things. That's why they won't let you just build another house right by you. Then you start getting into separate septics, water, all that kind of stuff, where that would still support it, if I'm correct.
Right. And just to clarify too, this ordinance amendment is to allow accessory structures in a front yard. That's what the amendment is for. So accessory dwelling units are already part of the zoning ordinance. And everything we're talking about now, besides being in the front yard, is already in the ordinance.
When this first went in front of us, I think they were suggesting 500 square feet, and we did feel that was too small. That's smaller than a two-car garage, so we did up at 700, and if we feel in the future that that's got to be increased, we still have the ability to do that, but 700 was the compromise.
750. Yeah.
Or 750, what number is that?
700.
700.
Is it 700? I'm sorry.
And to, just to add to Mr. LaCroix's comment, he said, so what if the the landowner wanted to live in the smaller structure and say, let their kids live in the bigger structure? I think that's a very sensible statement too. So, or maybe, I don't want to take it off topic, but you gave me the opportunity. So at some point in time, I would urge the commission to consider that, because we do have a changing population, and taking care of our aged is becoming a large issue. And I think we could be proactive in looking at ways that could happen, where the property size would support that, and you wouldn't have a negative impact on property values or anything that. So,
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
thank you.
So the motion was by
Adcock, and seconded by
for
Lassiter.
Hadcock and seconded by Lassiter.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Item 21. Jim, how are you today?
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Sorry for the, probably learned a lot more about medical marijuana than you really wanted to learn about.
Very interesting, yes.
As long as they're not growing on the Forest Service, huh?
Well, maybe there's some creativity we can put into play there. Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioners. Jim Goebbels, District Ranger, Mystic Ranger District here in Rapid City on the Black Hills National Forest. Two quick objectives with this agenda item. One is to update you on our progress with Cold Springs acquisition project in the county, and then secondly, to request a updated letter of support for phase 2 of that acquisition. And I do have a map to share. I brought copies. I'm not sure what the easiest way to display.
I don't need two.
And I certainly appreciate Holly working with the agenda. We have a firm deadline of Friday to get our updated letters of support in for phase 2 funding. So do appreciate the flexibility there. What you're looking at on the map is a map of the Cold Springs Creek project that we were approached by Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation as an acquisition opportunity from a private ranch owner. And we do have a letter of intent from that owner that intends to sell to Rocky Mountain Elk, and then that would become part of the Black Hills National Forest. And the colors there, just to explain that, phase 1, which is in process, is the purple outline parcels there. And that did go through funding last fiscal year and is in process of being purchased. And then phase 2 involves the remaining 360 acres of the private land, and we would be seeking another Land and Water Conservation Fund proposal submitted by our regional deadline of this Friday to seek funding for the remaining acreage there to complete the acquisition. And as I mentioned, I was here about a year ago to explain this project to you. We did get a letter from the commissioners, certainly appreciate that for the that phase. And then the second phase right now, we'd be looking for an updated letter of support to submit with the project proposal to send in to compete for LWCF funding for phase 2.
So Jim, when complete, this would transfer from Rocky Mountain. It would actually transfer over into public ownership.
It would.
And I'm guessing the underlying, what they're trying to do is promote elk habitat and habitat for wildlife.
Definitely.
So
Yep.
what limitations would there be on the OHVs? That would be my only concern. I hope we're not opening this up to, I hope there's some control once this becomes, federal property.
Not knowing what trails or things are on the property right now, I think that would definitely have to go through a public input process and certainly a public NEPA process before designating any OHV or ATV trails. There are forest roads, as you can see on the map existing, that do go through some of the parcels. And of course, in South Dakota, those are open to ATVs legally.
Sure. I'm just trying to think of a happy compromise where a healthy elk habitat, they need to have some controlled environment, I guess.
Right. And before designating any new trails, that would have to go through a public process.
And that's Lawrence County, just on top of that HES on the top?
It is. It's the very far northwest, about 35 miles to the northwest of Rapid City. So it's that far northwest corner of the county.
I'll make a motion to approve the chair's signature on the letter of support for Cold Spring property acquisition.
Motion by Hadcock.
Second.
Second by LaCroix. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? We'll get that letter out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks for spending the day with us.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's informative.
Dustin, don't forget Dustin. We still have to do.
We don't want this.
I'm just reminding you guys that we still have emergency.
Item 22. Item from the commission.
How about Dustin
We have
first?
Dustin still.
Okay, Dustin, where you at? Come on up.
Make us, Dustin. We gotta listen to you, Dustin.
All right, we'll make this quick. Good afternoon, Board. Dustin Willett, Pennington County Emergency Manager. I believe the agenda item that you had for me was COVID, and then there was a request for an update on the Auburn fire. I'll just run through some quick facts and figures, and then happy to stand for any questions. Our active cases in Pennington are down 400 from a high of 2192 on September 17th. So right now we're sitting at 1597. If you look at our spike, we're currently on the downward side of that spike. Deaths in the county over the last 1.5 years, 237. The significance of that number being that we lost 238 in the flood. So we've almost lost as many people in Pennington County from COVID-19 as we have the flood. Obviously, the difference being the flood claimed those lives in a matter of hours, and it's taken COVID-19 a year and a half, but pretty close to the same numbers there. Our positivity rate, this is the one we want to see under 5%. Depends on who you ask, DOH, CDC, or Monument. We're somewhere between 18.3 and 21.8% for a 7-day rolling average. Any way you slice that, we're still in the high transmission category due to our positivity rate. Full vaccine numbers, the state doesn't have the full set of numbers, so trying to get a better picture of full full vaccine. The state has Pennington County at 34%. Using some of the CDC numbers, I think we're probably at about 40.2%. So just a hair over 40% of our population in Pennington County, the 113,775 people are 40.2% of those are vaccinated, fully vaccinated. Monument Health. So We've got 57 COVID patients in Monument Health, 72 system-wide, 57 here in Rapid. Every Friday, they come out with some graphics about vaccinated versus unvaccinated. So these numbers are from last Friday. But as of last Friday, we had 53 patients in the Monument system with a COVID-19 diagnosis. 79% of those were unvaccinated. In the ICU, we had 17 COVID positive patients in the ICU. 76% of those were unvaccinated. And on ventilators, we have 10 patients, and 70% of those were unvaccinated. So between 70 and 79% of the folks that we have in these different categories in the Monument Health system are unvaccinated. Rapid City area schools, we've got 41 current staff, which equates to about 2.2% of staff with positive COVID-19 diagnoses, and 149 students, which equals about 1% of the student population in Rapid City area schools. The big news right now is obviously Pfizer. The FDA has approved the Pfizer 6-month booster for those 65 years and older for all long-term care residents and staff. 18 years and older with underlying medical conditions, and that whole long list of underlying medical conditions can be found on the CDC website. And then over 18 that live or work in high-risk settings. And again, that whole high-risk settings list can be found on the CDC website. It includes healthcare teachers, grocery store workers, first responders, corrections personnel, postal workers, public transit workers, basically anybody you can imagine that frequently comes into contact with large numbers of the public is classified in that high risk. And again, that's a 6-month booster, so 6 months after you've completed the initial 2 series of doses for that vaccine. FDA is scheduled to discuss an emergency use Pfizer authorization for 5 to 11-year-olds on October 26th. So in a couple of weeks, we may get some direction and some information on whether or not 5 to 11-year-olds will be able to be vaccinated. Looking at that ensemble, CDC ensemble forecast model, again, 11 different models that they smash together and take the average basically, actually shows us continuing to decrease, but leveling out a little bit. So maybe not the drastic drop that we've been seeing the last few weeks. They show that kind of level. It's continuing downwards. They show it a continuing downward trend, just maybe not as sharp as we've seen over the last week or so. So the last thing I have for COVID is, again, wash hands, stay home if you're sick, get vaccinated, consider wearing a mask, get the flu shot. That's the big thing right now as we're heading into flu season. October through May is our flu season. We usually peak in February. Flu shots are available free throughout the community right now. One of the big guidance changes that came from the CDC recently, they used to say you couldn't get any vaccination within 2 weeks of the COVID vaccination. They wanted some time between that. They're saying now that you can get your flu vaccination concurrently with your COVID-19 vaccination. So there's no break or pause between COVID-19 vaccination and your flu vaccination. You can get both right away, and obviously the recommendation is to get both. But certainly we're moving into flu season, so folks, please consider getting your flu shots. We are starting to see an uptick in what we call ILI, or influenza-like illness symptoms in the healthcare setting in South Dakota. But flu activity right now is still really, really low. Again, we don't typically peak until February, sometime between December and February. That is all I have for COVID. Happy to stand for any questions.
Dustin, if somebody gets the flu, they're going to probably have the symptoms like they're getting COVID. So do you foresee a lot of people going to the hospital just to get tested and find out they got the flu instead of COVID?
I don't know about going to the hospital. There certainly might be an uptick in the testing sites that we have. People might be more likely to get tested for COVID when in fact they're exhibiting flu-like symptoms. We went through this last year. We've been through a flu season with COVID. We've been through a concurrent flu and COVID season. We had ridiculously low flu numbers last year. Symptoms can be similar. There are certainly infographics out there that try to help you differentiate. But basically, to answer your question, yes, we certainly may see an uptick in people wanting to be tested for COVID because they're exhibiting flu-like symptoms.
What are some of the locations that you can get tested for COVID and antibodies?
So antibodies, the last time, and I apologize, I did not jump on the website and look today. The last time I looked, the antibody testing was in Custer or Spearfish, I think, were the two locations that they were doing antibody testing. That's a blood draw, basically, that they do. In terms of COVID-19 testing, there is certainly the urgent care, the Monument Health Urgent Care Clinic on Jackson. But also like Black Hills Urgent Care does testing. There's a lot of urgent care facilities that are doing testing. I believe some of the pharmacies, Walgreens, may offer testing. I'd have to double check. But there are lots of places to get tested. But certainly the urgent cares and certainly Monument's testing facility on Jackson Boulevard at their urgent care there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter?
Dustin, I sent some questions to you, and so I don't give out some information that's not public information. Is there anything that you'd like to go over with us to kind of maybe clear up? And a couple weeks ago, I sent Dustin some questions just to do some research so that we made sure that we understood some things like what Monument Health is looking at when it says unvaccinated versus vaccinated, and maybe some staffing impacts and things of that nature. So, Dustin,
Certainly.
if you don't
I'll go
mind.
through this and just pick out some of the gist of things. So there was a discussion about total numbers of beds versus staffed beds. That's always a discussion internal to healthcare. There are usually always more physical spaces to put people than there are care providers to care for the people in those beds. So that number fluctuates, but yes, there are more beds available potentially in the Monument system than there are staff to staff those beds, is the bottom number there, or the bottom line there. There was a question about Monument Health's vaccination mandate. And yes, Monument Health has mandated that 100% of their employees either get an exemption or get vaccinated by December 1st. The deadline for being granted, not applying for, but the deadline for being granted an exemption, I believe, was November 1st. Yep. So basically, the timing, Sanford and Nevada both have these mandates in place as well. There's a couple different things in play. Monument, Dr. Kura from Monument Health, obviously they've been discussing this topic for months. And really one of their decision action points was the FDA approval of the Pfizer vaccine. They weren't going to mandate an emergency use vaccine. So their process for mandating staff vaccinations hinged upon full FDA approval. Now, a couple of things happened with that full FDA approval. One of the most significant was from the federal government with CMS, or the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Medicare Services. So any facility, which is many healthcare facilities that get funding from the federal government through Medicare and Medicaid, have to follow CMS rules. And one of those new CMS mandates is that all of your staff be vaccinated or fall under a medical or religious exemption. So at this point, not only did Dr. Kura said Monument made that decision based on their interpretation of epidemiology and science and what they thought was best for their patients and their staff, but there's also a concurrent argument there that a lot of these facilities are not in a position to buck the federal government and not accept Medicare and Medicaid payments. That's a huge, huge revenue source for a lot of medical facilities. And right now, while that is being challenged, and who knows what the ultimate outcome of that will be, yes, Monument has a vaccine mandate, and it's for all staff. 100% of staff. There are religious and medical exemptions that can be applied for and evaluated. In terms of what does that mean fallout-wise? So there have been many large healthcare systems across the country who have put a vaccine mandate into place. I've got one study, so please keep in mind the very, very, very narrow lens that this is. This is just one study, which really is not definitive. But There was recent data from 25 large healthcare systems, so big, tens of thousands of employee healthcare systems. So 25 of these systems across the country that they surveyed that put into place a vaccination mandate for their staff. And what they've seen is a less than 1% loss of medical providers, meaning that more than 99% of their staff comply or are successful with an exemption and remain employed by that healthcare system. So less than 1% across these 25 healthcare systems, less than 1% loss of employees. Now, when you're stretched to the breaking point, any loss is hard, any loss is significant, any loss is felt. But in terms of employees leaving in droves because of a vaccination mandate, we haven't seen that across the country. The term fully vaccinated, as it's being used, is 2 weeks after the second dose of a 2-dose series or 2 weeks after the single dose. So when they say fully vaccinated, they mean 2 weeks past the last dose of the vaccine that you need to get. So that's the definition of fully vaccinated that Monument goes with, as well as the CDC. That's in line with the CDC. There were some questions you asked I wasn't able to get the answer for or have not heard back from. I gave some of that information. And then the other question that we had was some confusion in naming conventions. So one of the things that might have thrown some folks for a loop is when the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine was granted an emergency use authorization through the FDA, they called it the Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. Its actual name was its research name of BNT162B2. It's obvious why they called it the Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. However, on August 23rd, when the FDA gave it its full approval, now it gets marketed as a trade name, as a drug, as a pharmaceutical. So, and I don't know how to even pronounce it, but Comirnaty, Comirnaty, is the trade name that the Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine is being marketed under. Same compound, same substance, same vaccine. It was just referred to something different as it was an emergency use, and then when it got its full FDA approval, now it's being marketed and has a trade name with it, but it's the same compound. That's the synopsis of those questions. Is there anything more specific you want to cover?
No, not this time.
Dustin, thanks for the update, and let's just keep those, or let's hope those numbers keep dropping.
Yep, and would you like any information from the Auburn Hills Fire, or are you tired? All right, so Auburn Hills Fire started yesterday about 1:30. First arriving units on scene knew immediately that it was going to be a significant fire. Within the first few minutes of being on scene, they struck 3 alarms. What's that?
How did it start?
We don't know yet. That hasn't been released. Investigators have been there.
Okay.
It wasn't lightning. That hasn't been released yet. We don't have an official start, but they knew right away it was going to be big. Our things are dry, humidity's down, it's hot, the wind was blowing. When first arriving units got on scene, they knew it was going to be big, and they called everybody. So every fire department in Pennington County has been involved in that. Incredible work being done. Air assets obviously on scene. We had decommissioned. We had shut down. We had winterized our tanker base out at the airport. And so the aircraft that were dropping retardant were having to go to Nebraska initially to refill, to come out and do their drops. They spun our tanker base up last night, so that's available today. However, overnight, the crews did phenomenal work reinforcing the lines and burning out pockets of fuel. The forecast today was sketchy. We actually had some significant fires pop around the county. There was a big fire in New Underwood just a little while ago that they got under wraps, taken care of. We're not completely out of the woods, but crews have done an amazing job last night and today keeping that fire from significantly expanding.
No structures, right?
No structures have been lost. There were some minor firefighter injuries, heat stress, that kind of thing. But no structures have been lost. A fire management assistance grant through FEMA has been awarded. So there's some FEMA money coming in to do that. The last estimate on size was about 750 acres. So that's what the county has done amazing. The sheriff's office was out there working like mad. All of our firefighters, Jerome, the radio shop, our dispatchers, Ron Jeffries with the fairgrounds, 30 horses were evac'd from the evacuation area and taken to the fairgrounds. So many county departments, county employees have done exemplary work in helping with that Auburn Hills fire.
Nice.
Any questions?
So what fire department gets the credit for going the furthest to the?
Wow, I don't know. There's we had Scenic. I don't know if Interior.
Well, that's pretty impressive. Every fire department in Pennington County.
Yeah, it was an all call, and everybody came. Keep in mind that there are other fires and other calls for service that occur. So when you send somebody from Wall, from Scenic, all the way up to Blackhawk, you still have to cover your back door. You still have to provide service to your citizens as well. So it's a commitment and it's a sacrifice from all these departments. But Pennington County does this better than almost any place in the country. A quick story, I know it's been a long day. There were some FEMA, and this was years ago when Denny was around, there were some FEMA folks in town, and I don't remember why they were here. It was a fire thing. But they were in the vehicle with Denny, and a call happened out in Rapid Valley's area, and the same kind of thing. It was oh, this is going to be big. We pressed the y'all come button, and within minutes we had again 15 departments and 27 pieces of apparatus on that fire, and the representatives from FEMA and the National Fire Academy were their jaw was just on the floor. They'd never, ever seen anywhere in the country that type of mutual aid automatic response. And in Pennington County, when you ask for help, it comes and it's massive and it's awesome. And we do it in this county just as good, if not better, than anybody anywhere in the country.
So what kind of apparatus do they bring? Brush trucks and water tenders?
Yep, so it depends. Obviously, we need overhead. We need people to manage. Brush trucks, there's different types of brush trucks. So, is it really off-roady type stuff, or are there some improved roads they can work off of? We want the most capability possible. And then in situations like this, when we have urban interface fires, where the fire's moving through the built environment, we need our structure protection engines too. So it runs the gamut. We've got our water tenders, we've got our structure engines, we've got multiple different types of wildland apparatus. So it just depends on the situation. But to answer your question, yes, they all come. Everything.
He's been coming to too many fire service boards to know all those trucks.
I've been with the Rapid City Fire Department for 18 years.
Just checking.
7 years with Hill City before that, 25 years with the fire service.
On a lighter note, you had a birthday too.
I did. I celebrated my birthday in COVID isolation. It was awesome.
Yeah, and I saw the video.
Any other questions for Dustin?
The video was pretty awesome with Alexa and the Pepper and Mark Enright and Jerome. And they all actually
singing birthday card.
Hopped and did stuff that I didn't think Jerome could hop or Mark Enright could hop. It was the cutest video. I saw it at
I've got wonderful staff. The county has wonderful people working.
It was good, but it was a cute.
Thank you, Dustin.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dustin.
Now we go into item 22.
Yes.
Items from the chair and the commission. I have nothing to report. Travis?
I'll just kind of give you a quick update on a few things. I'm still working on the PFOA thing from the Air Force Base. I've touched base with one of our state legislators on that issue. I've reached out to the base to try to find some update on that prior post our letter being sent to them, and haven't received anything back from that. So still working away on that one. I do know that they put out a release that there's a section A and B. There is the remediation project going on for that. It's fixing to start up. So that does look at they are moving forward in that piece of it, just not moving forward with the the RAB, the Restoration Advisory Board. But I know the EPA has communicated with me and communicated with them, and I've seen the communication between them. So there's still some conversation, but it's not moving all that fast at this moment in time that I can tell. If I didn't know, I'm pretty klutzy, and I fell into a grain bin on Friday last week. No, just kidding. I actually went out to Scenic when they were doing their grain bin training, and the firemen put me into the grain bin, and they rescued me out of the grain bin.
I saw that.
It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat being out there and seeing those guys work together. So just a testament. I know Dustin just walked out, but a testament to what those guys do and their training so that they're ready to go at any time.
How much do you have to pay them?
I'd had to pay them anything. Boy, but they sure were trying to get me to commit to some stuff. Let me tell you. Hey, well, we can get you out if. I took a road tour out in Wall. I went out there and drove some of the roads on my own, and then with some of the locals out there. So I'm going to be speaking to the highway department and visiting with them on those that I saw out there. And then outside of that, that's about all I did. Pretty quick. And
So we had some a flyer in our in baskets relative to some of the well water or the water.
Yep, the PFAS, PFOA stuff.
What's the name of that trichloroethylene?
The what now?
Well, the contaminant that got into the.
Yeah, well, the easiest way to say it is PFAS, PFOA. If you want me to try to give you the long terminology, I'll pull it out here and read it for you, but I'm not going to communicate it well enough, so I don't even think I should do that. But PFAS, PFOA is just the short name for it, or Air Force firefighting foam.
So are they trying to eventually mitigate that, where water qualities be good enough for human consumption?
That
would be easier to find another water source.
Well, the only thing that I know right now is that any of the alluvial wells, which are 100 feet or less, are potential to be contaminated, the ones along the Box Elder Creek plume. And then they've got a map in there. I believe they have a map in this one on that plume. Nope, they don't have it in this one. They have a previous one, a couple of them that show that plume of where impacted areas are. And anything under 100 feet or less are highly probably being impacted, and they've got a lot of those already isolated out. Anything for properties to get clean drinking water, they have to drill a deep well, and the ones that I'm aware of that they're drilling are either going into the Indian Cur or the Madison, depending on who's funding it and whatnot. So for my particular area, they're looking at going into the Indian Cur. Up for the the northwest side of Ellsworth Air Force Base, it looks like they're going to drill down into the Madison. So it just depends on where they're at and whatever. It has to be specially encased so that they don't leak any of the alluvial well water down into the aquifer and contaminate the aquifer with the same kind of stuff. Fortunately, a lot of these individuals are in residential areas where they already can be connected to rural water or something of that nature, so the rural water well is contaminated, so all they just got to do is give them a deep well, and it'll still fix it for the rural water contaminated individuals. Long term, I haven't been given a time frame for long term if you're talking about groundwater cleanup like Box Elder Creek and any of the tributaries that are on that, but I do know that, personally, my farm animals, most of them are moved off the property because they can drink that they can drink that surface water, and we've been advised by the EPA not to drink their milk since we have milk goats and dairy cows, or eat the eggs of our chickens. So I'm assuming that they're telling that to all the individuals that are impacted with small farms like ours.
It's pretty amazing, how many people in our county they don't even have an idea what's going on out there relative to the water. It's just out of sight, out of mind. Thanks, Travis. Commissioner LaCroix.
Well, I have nothing underneath this.
Okay, that's easy. Commissioner Hadcock.
Just a fire service board meeting that we had, the banquet. That was pretty awesome. We had probably about 130 in attendance and a good guest speaker, and remembered the fallen. That's pretty awesome when they ring that bell. I always think that's pretty cool. Just a good turnout and a good group of people. So I'd like to thank everybody that put that on, which was Gail and Pepper and basically the fire chief. So something that wasn't on my agenda today. So.
Well, thank you, Deb. We'll do item 23, committee reports. We'll start with Travis.
No, you've
Nope,
skipped
22.
over 22, A and B.
Nope, excuse me. back on
Oh,
22.
maybe that's where you, was he?
Thank you.
That's you,
Maybe
Lloyd.
you were trying to do that.
That's you there.
I was wondering why you skipped it. I thought you was getting tired.
Well, no,
Woo! Just kidding.
nine times out of 10, those are reports from other meetings that we come to, and then we come to A. But yeah, item A, Holly, did you have present? It says on your presentation, but you gave copies.
Just, we made a mock agenda based on the feedback that I had received from the commission and what I thought after sitting in here for 12 years of what you guys would want to see. So I just made a mock planning agenda.
Okay.
Just to be able to have and start the discussion of what I thought you guys wanted to see, on how agenda items are put on the agenda and how staff does the presentations.
Okay, thank you. And that's what, I talked to Holly yesterday, which I'm glad I did, because quite often, when we're going through these, my concept of some of the old ways that I've done it in different places and the way things are now wouldn't really work. And so the back and forth that I have, and I always say Holly's a critical thinker, the what ifs and the 12 years experience and so forth. With this layout, and it's good that Brittany's here and Jason, because what I like about this layout, it says regular agenda items, and there was a lot of other technicalities that I was thinking about how we could do this public comment at beginning, close it, this, that. But I think you guys did this commission today, if you paid attention to what we did today, there's some good points that we could do. Brittany, when we were going through the marijuana ordinances, per se, when we got to those last two, you kind of give an executive summary of what it was, this is approval. You didn't go through the whole 2 pages. And Jason kind of did that with some, and some, as me and Holly were talking about, we are going to have items that have problems. Prime example, we had one here today that had multiple people in opposition. Do we want to go through the whole thing when they're here? If we got them here in the audience, we should, somewhat. So that's kind of where I'm going with Jason and Brittany, since you're here, is that you see this and you know which ones are going to be controversial, ones that need to be pulled and maybe gone through the whole kit and caboodle.
Do we have to read prong 1, prong 2 on a staff recommendation? Go ahead,
Well,
Megan. Megan's gonna say yes, but today I just like, Jason, move approval. We don't want to prong it all day.
We don't necessarily have to, but part of the reason why that was imposed was making sure that when you guys make your motions, that they're good motions instead of motions that don't have support. So if you just make the motion and you don't say why, or if you make a motion to deny or approve and you don't say why.
No, we're talking, sister, with Megan, sorry. The like Jason and the staff findings are prong 1 and prong 2, and then it's move approval. Why Jason has to read prong 1, prong 2, and the whole thing. Now,
Because if he doesn't read it, then it's not in the record. So when you guys make your motion and you make it based on staff recommendations, you are basically taking everything that Jason said and putting it in the record for your reasons for approval or denial. So if we're going to stop doing that, then you guys have to outline each reason why you're approving or denying.
That's not what I'm saying. So if we move approval, all that is in the record because it's on our paper, and that's what.
It's been presented and
Yes.
advertised.
Yes.
So, I mean,
And
it's.
So we're just approving what has been advertised, what is on the paper. We just don't need Jason or Brittany to read the whole thing through.
And if you guys want to say, after my review of the record of documents that have been submitted and staff recommendations, he doesn't necessarily have to say but I would still recommend that those recommendations be a part of the packet,
Well,
so
it
that
just
way
sounds-
you all can review it.
It just sounds rude when you're just like, okay, stop, Jason. So we don't say stop, Jason, we just say.
And they are. The recommendations are always a part of it. I think the biggest part of the discussion is whether you guys want staff to do the presentations the way they've been doing them. In my mind, what I think the board wants is for Brittany or Jason to stand up and say, variance VA 3175, to waive the request that prior to submittal an easement be obtained for the property, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
To
Exactly.
have them say it, to have what they're wanting to do, to have what the recommendation is. The chair asks for public comment, the chair asks for board comment, done.
Exactly.
None of this prong one, prong two, went through routing, went through.
Yeah, that's
You guys don't want to hear any of that anymore, is the feedback that I believe I'm hearing. I think it's a executive summary, it's a boom, boom, boom.
Also on consent, if I'm correct, Lloyd.
On the consent.
If they're approved at planning, you can put them on consent, or we can't legally do that.
No.
That's gonna have to be a different discussion.
Yeah.
It's a different discussion, and I have reservations about doing that because I actually did some research after you had brought it up at the last meeting. And I have concerns about it because a lot of people in the public don't understand what the consent agenda is.
Yeah.
And so you may end up having people that don't realize that they can come up and talk.
I think they do that anyway, as you notice, even if we did it individually. I guess what I've seen is either do or don't, Megan, in my years of doing even the chair, if I'm correct, Lloyd, even if you have a consent or not, for some reason, and I don't think we've been announcing, here's what's funny. Have we been announcing that there's speaker request
Yeah.
forms in the back still at the
Yeah,
beginning?
we have.
Okay, and they see what I'm saying, Megan? They're still not getting it.
See, let's get back to this. This is a good start. I think Deb, where me and you get confused because we've done it a different way, and
Right.
because even I was confused after talking with Holly, just as she presented it just now. They can read it, and that's what I was talking about with Brittany when we were going through those marijuana ones. She's read the ordinance, what it was going to be, recommendations for approval. She gave a little description because she felt she needed, and she gave an executive summary because she knew there were some questions, but she didn't read through the whole page. We can make and then motion on the floor, move for approval, second. Is there any discussion? And I was stuck on having an open comment, closed comment, but as I told Holly and Deb, opening and closing public comment is something at the beginning I don't really like because we get 15 items. We want that person to be able to speak at that time. And so each one's going to have to come up and be read. It's not going to be able to just go items D through J, move for approval. We have to have each one read.
Meaningful hearing.
And that's what,
But how
that's
come
still
we have a
faster.
consent already that we don't have to?
I was struggling with that too, but.
No, but
There are certain things that don't actually require a hearing. So the things that we put on the consent agenda now, I believe, are things that by statute don't require, plats don't require an actual meaningful hearing. So that's part of the reason why.
Okay.
And it's not to say that some things couldn't go on the consent agenda and that staff couldn't shorten up some of their presentations. I mean, I agree with the shortening up of the presentations. I mean,
well, to be prepared in case there's questions is different than shortening up and thinking we're not going to ask anything, because we always liked when we had questions that they took their pictures and they did their stuff. So they still have to do their due diligence, but when it comes up here, just to shorten it up. And then if we do have to bring them up, because I think a lot of times what happened is then when we needed the pictures and we needed it more thorough, that's why we started making their presentation every time, if I'm correct, you guys, more thorough so people had an understanding of it. But now with the prong one and prong two, you've added a lot of the
Well, that's in the
rhetoric.
Board of Adjustments that we do the prongs. Well,
No, he doesn't.
so the
Jason
list.
reads it on everyone.
But you know,
I think that changes. Staff still
No.
has to do the same research. They still have to go through the testing with the prongs. I think it's just the presentation that
Yeah.
changes.
The prongs,
My suggestion would be, because I think that this is probably the easiest fix, on anything where they don't have comments from anywhere within the county, any public comments that they've received opposing or in favor, either way. If if you don't have any negative comments towards a particular item, whatever it is, I don't know if they necessarily have to go through every single thing. Now, on variances, my suggestion would be to continue
Prong
doing
one and
that on
prong two,
every
yeah.
single one,
Yep.
because to me, variances, every time a variance is granted, it's almost kind of a permission ticket to break the law, because that's really what it is. Because those variances are that permission to break the law.
Yeah, the variances, I always have believed that since we changed it at first, I'm like, this is a headache. Then pretty soon, once you see why,
Mhm.
it made sense. But when you're starting to have the staff have to read it and then that kind of thing on just the regular agenda, that's where I was like, okay. And then poor Jason and those guys that have to sit there and read it all going, okay.
But we're planning and the planning commission and all of the county offices, and they haven't received any comment from the public. I don't see why they couldn't do a shortened version. But if they get any sort of negative feedback, I think that they should do the entire presentation, just so our record is clear.
So, you know, the reason for bringing this up was not to shorten our, well, it was to shorten our meetings too, but there's three prongs to it. I mean, we as or the county, these people are customers that are coming to us with these changes in what they're doing. They pay good money. They've already attended the planning commission for 2 hours, have answered all their questions, have done all their diligent work. And I think it's, to me, it's more respectful, you know, if it says consent from planning commission that it somehow gets presented that way. Sometimes it comes across when we relive what the planning commission does, then we relive the same questions and same stuff that the planning commissioner just went through, and then the people in the audience relive it too. And sometimes all of a sudden things go sideways from the planning commission. Mine's more respect out of the applicant, the customer. It's not like we're trying to shortchange them or anything like that, but it's just, it's better customer service, I think.
Yeah, and I think on those really truly non-controversial where no one in the county has commented, planning and the planning commission are both on the same, you know, they both have the same recommendation, and we haven't had any comments from the public that would indicate otherwise. I think that they can do a shortened version of their presentation. My only concern, and this is always just my only concern out of an abundance of caution, is just that worry that people will think that they can't come up and talk. But obviously, as long as the commission is asking people come up, please provide your comment and feedback, and planning would have that same presentation always prepared. So if they do have people that come that we didn't know that there was anybody that had an issue with it, they can always give their full presentation if there are people that are coming up and opposing whatever matter it is.
I think for staff, you know, for the planning staff, you know, that prong system's critical because it's their roadmap, you know, but when you read it here, I don't know that, you know, I think we've already looked at it, so if there's any way we could shorten that up, I think that'd be fine, but we're doing the same thing on our building committee relative to, we have so many needs in the county, and we're saying, okay, we're gonna have the prongs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gonna have to, you know, that's gonna help us figure out what we need to do first. And so it's a good system, just, but I don't know that we have to beat it to death up here at the podium.
So I don't know where this goes, but Jason and Brittany, you're here. I don't know what your comments would be.
Jason and I have kind of discussed it, and just having one of us present all of the information, kind of like I did with the marijuana, this and the reasons why, maybe who the applicant is. And then if there's no comment, or anything, we'll have staff, the staff in the audience that actually worked with the applicant. So if there's specific questions, they can actually come up, but actually Jason and I would be the ones that just read it into the record, just to kind of get that process so it's consistent across the board.
And Brittany, I would suggest when you are making the record, you would say this is available in the public packet. Everybody has access to this, just so it's a part of the record that this is not just something that you're making a decision on with no information. It's all a part of the packet.
Can we add that under items or something like that? All the information written down underneath the agenda or something instead of having to.
Well, and that's what I was just thinking. I could work with Megan on what the language would be, because like on this one, we had put the following items have been heard / vetted in front of the planning commission and are recommended for approval. We could add on there, all documents are included in the public record, available in the planning office, just so that it's disclosed and that it's on there and it's referenced.
So Jason and Brittany, you guys will be doing basically the planning items unless it's controversial, then you bring the person up in your office that worked on it to basically help you do their findings.
Right, because typically with the planners that work with them, they're the ones that are on-site meeting with them, on the telephone, on email. So they have more knowledge of the actual request just based on.
Yeah, 'cause most of the time when I've seen presentations, they haven't had different people do it. They just have the planner or the director do it. And then Jason would come up because he worked on that. Brittany would say, Jason, can you come up and, give us an explanation? And then the director knows a little bit more of those rules and regulations to put forth to help Jason, basically with some of the clients or even the commission that they don't know. Because I think sometimes they don't know a lot of what Brittany or Jason knows on some of this stuff. So
I do, and I also like to have staff though at the podium because it helps them learn a lot, and it helps them be able to answer questions to you to show what they do know and where they are with their requests also. Because that's something I use as a department head to gauge, their performance.
So on variances, does an applicant have the right to request that every commissioner go to their site so they can see it one-on-one if they wanted to? Like, we're all going to meet at I think on the 15th, south of Hill City, at the request of the applicant. They said we want all five, and we're all five going to be there, and I guess we're going to be there at the same time. I'm just saying if there's a situation where the applicant deems that it's necessary for the commission to be there, is that their right to request that? Not that we have to do it, but
I think that they could request it, but I think they'd have to do it in the same manner as the one that's going on with Hill City. It'd have to go through the commission office. It would have to be noticed as a public meeting, wouldn't it?
Well, it would,
Yeah.
but what's going on in Hill City is a completely
Right,
different
that's a
process
little
laid out in statute.
I know it's not a variance, but I'm just asking.
And typically,
To be noticed for open meetings.
yeah, if everyone was going to it, or at a minimum, that the commission would have to disclose that they were contacted by that applicant and that applicant requested them to go out on the site and they went and did a site visit. And maybe even if it was independent of each other, but that they did do that.
So I'm not quite sure where to go with this. At the next meeting, would you be willing to try that?
Yeah, we can definitely try it and go through it and
With
see
the-
how.
Holly and I can.
this agenda or just the agenda like it is with these guys
The
doing
one
something
that
different?
they gave, where
proposed.
they would read it to try and see how it works out. Their staff would still be here if there was any problems that they would call them up.
So everything's the same, it's just that you're just showing how you do.
It would be
Board of
structured
Adjustment on.
slightly different, but mostly the difference you would see would be in the presentations.
Presentations, yeah.
So what I'm saying is, now we have review and approval of agenda, then Holly reads the consent agenda. You're not doing that, you're gonna start with
No,
Board
no,
of
we're
Adjustment.
just talking the planning and zoning
Okay,
section.
that's what I thought.
To just allow staff to restructure and try it at the next meeting the way we would normally do it.
That's what I was asking, if you were just making it so you started at 21 because it's,
Just the
you're just
planning
looking at
portion.
planning and zoning.
So then a question about that. So then if I look at this sample that we have in front of us, the Board of Adjustment, you'd read the whole entire package like you do currently. And then it goes to the consent agenda. You would do just the brief overview for the consent agenda. Is that correct? And then the Planning Commission consent items.
And I don't think
How
we
does
would
that-
use the word consent on that.
Okay.
I was trying to model it after what the city with what Lloyd's and Deb's experience was. I think it would be titled differently once I work with Megan.
But then those would be the ones that you would just do the executive brief on, summary on. And then the other ones, the public hearing items, would be more of the ones that we're going to have to go in depth because of
Controversial.
requirement. Okay.
Because then we kind of know too. I
Right.
mean, you always look at them and you always read them and you make sure because,
I'm good with that.
those three items might be on the next agenda, but the other ones, you know for sure that those are those site visits probably you're going to have to go on more and stuff like that, so.
And just so you guys are aware, I know that Jay wanted to take a look at this. He's been really busy. So he and I are going to take a look at it too, just to make sure, because he has obviously a lot more experience than I have. And I know that a lot of these changes were due to that audit case. And so he just wants to vet it and make sure that from his standpoint, his experience, that he's okay with what we're doing. So.
Yes, we need that experience thing.
Yeah.
Teasing you, Megan.
I would appreciate Jay's experience.
So Lloyd, is that a motion then?
I don't know if we need a motion, do we? I think
Okay.
it's just,
We can just try it.
yeah, try it, and if commissioners don't like it, then we bring it back, yeah.
Okay. Then do we want to go on to item B?
Yeah,
Okay. All right,
thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Item B I also brought up was the compensation committee, and I guess that's how I brought it up, was compensation committee, possibly bringing it back. I don't know. Alls I know is just like the rest of you commissioners, we've been doing a lot of adjustments, and I know the Gallagher studies just took over and things are going on. But I brought that forward because I think we are gonna have some troubles in the future, and we need to have some discussions and about employees, about wages, about steps, that type of thing. I would first come on the commission. I was on the compensation committee, and I was also on the commission when it got disassembled, and there was some big dissent over how things were ran and how things were done, and even in some emails that I've gotten in the last week since I brought this up, one email that some of the comments that was made towards other department heads, didn't think was appropriate. But I mean, it was just to bring up discussion, because it seems like I've heard some dissent from some of the department heads that maybe there needs to be some different stuff. Cindy made one comment about how the steps are hard to follow in the pay structure. Well, is that because of the programming needs to be reworked, and when we're going to work on that, or is there something else we can do? I guess these are the kinds of things that I'm talking about, not just wages, Deb or Ron, that anybody's talking about. It's a multitude of things, because I think talking from experience, the place that I work from is very diversified as far as work ethic, or not work ethics, but restaurants, bars, bowling alleys, gas, this type of thing, and I see the struggles that our communities are having on filling their spots. I can tell you from personal experience, I've worked harder more in the last year than I've had to work in a lot of years, because there is nobody around that has to do, you can hire to do the support work. And these are things that I see. Me and John have had a little bit of difference. He says there's some people out there that could come to work but aren't coming to work, and I kind of see some of that now. I'm glad you showed up, John. Some of them I think are younger people that parents don't want them to go back to work because of fear of COVID, and some retirees. I don't know. But I brought it up because I think that we needed some discussion on that. I don't know how much you heard, John, but
Lloyd, I think some of it is, I think this commission needs to have, I'll keep saying it, evidence-based stuff instead of people telling us stuff. So, based on that, just having seen Gallagher's study, see how much off course we are, why we're off course, and how we get either back on course or what we can do different. I don't think that takes a committee to that. I think because we do the county, we run the county and how some of this goes, I think, based on John, we need to put input from our department heads. It's gonna take that help, but I think once you see that Gallagher study, you see how people plug people into their different departments, how many stepped differently, how many stepped up. I'd like to see some of that and see, I believe just like the what was the Condrey study, you had a study and we did it at the city, if you remember. People started messing with it, and I love our department heads. That's their job, is to fight for their people and to get that amount or that qualification or that total package for their people and raise their rates and their steps. But when you're doing that, it's not across the board straight up. So it starts messing it up bad. And it did it with Condrey, it did it with Gallagher. So it wasn't just one study. It's because in the backside, okay, I'm gonna blame us, not you guys, us. We started doing that. And we didn't have evidence base. We just said, well, we got to move this guy up because, we got to move this girl up because. Well, start seeing the whole department and how many moved up and how much that's changed and what that did to that study in that department. I'd like to see every department and how that study was followed or it wasn't followed. And if it's not, and it's not going to work, neither did Condrey. So what do you do? So I've never really seen each department and how many changes they made or how much they stepped them up in each department or why they stepped them up. Lloyd, you're right in the back. Because it's changing times, it's going to be different, but it's nice to see kind of what's going on right now and what has went on with that, because how long have we had Condrey or Gallagher now, John? So that's a pretty good amount of people that we have changed. I just like was in the back when when we have to make those because it's employees. How many changes have we made? And I thought, okay, we got this, a new study is going to make a bunch of changes. So I got that. Then I started thinking, okay, is that what's wrong with what happened to the Condrey and now it's happening to the Gallagher? Because we're not following what we thought based on job description. We started changing job description, which some of them you needed to, and others they didn't want to put them in those categories because they wanted higher pay because they do other stuff. But did it base the other stuff on their department or based on, I don't know. I just kept hearing Lloyd does construction, but Lloyd can do project management. Lloyd also does this. So Lloyd obviously should get more money. So did we do that to other departments? Because Janet, she does accounting, but she also does the front desk and she also can go back and count the money. So Janet needs to be paid higher because Janet has 3. So I kept hearing that kind of stuff and I'm like, okay, so what's her real job description and what does she do?
well, I don't mean to cut. Yeah,
No, you can cut me off.
You're absolutely right. And the greatest thing about all of this, and I appreciated the Gallagher study from the beginning. What I liked about it, and John and I appreciate it too, they worked on the job descriptions and employee descriptions. We got a book out there now giving us all the job descriptions. All the departments went through and looked at what they actually do, which was great. And granted, some came later and some rework had to be done, but I mean, a lot of these departments had to get sit down and go through them and redo the job descriptions, just as you're saying, Deb, is, well, I'm doing this, and maybe some of that stuff changes. And I see it at home. I call it a debriefing every day from the wife and the employees that she runs is, okay, I got this person doing this, then I need to get her a little bit more money or him a little more money because that's outside their job description. They're doing more.
But did you do that
So
at your job when you have to do more? Do they end up giving you
it
more money
depends on the
because?
percentage of how often it's getting to happen.
Good point.
Days like this, when you're short employees and you're working longer hours and you're doing more with less, we always ask you to do more with less, always, before the pandemic. Now it's kind of like mandatory that vacations are on hold, sick days are planned out, all this is happening, and yet you have to do more. That's what I'm trying to express. Don't get me wrong, John. The compensation committee, you're right. 12 people, too dang many people to be talking about certain things.
So John, do you want to speak on behalf of the Gallagher system? What are we, going on 2 years now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, John Morrow, Pennington County Human Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Sorry for the delayed entrance today. My wife had her second COVID-related surgery yesterday, so I was with her at the doctor's office today for a follow-up. With regard to Gallagher, it was a year and a half in the making. We started working on this, I believe, in 2019, late 2018. With the review process and then updating job descriptions. Over the course of the year before we implemented in January, there were a lot of departments that restructured. And some of that, actually it all came before you on the admin side of the county. So you've seen the planning department restructure. You've seen restructuring in the highway department. We're currently doing that in the Register of Deeds office. Many of the offices have new positions that they never had before because of the demands of those offices are different now. We did a lot of changes, if you will, even in the treasurer's office. That's going to continue. The job descriptions will be updated as soon as there's a need to be. That's a constant state of review. What I found, and this is the unfortunate part of what kind of got us to this point, some of those job descriptions were 10 and 15 years old. They hadn't been looked at in a decade. Not helpful for the county. It actually puts us at a level of risk when you are asking somebody to do something, but it's not an expectation. But it also creates challenges for the departments because then they don't have anybody that understands that's what their job is. And that's where people start doing a lot of extra things because we haven't clarified what their jobs really are. What we have now is a system that I'm pretty comfortable with regard to the job descriptions. They're being updated frequently. People are giving me updates. Here's our changes. Here's what we need to do. Some of those updates result in changes to compensation levels. Some don't. The process we have now, and actually it was recommended by our Gallagher representative a year and a half ago. So when the compensation committee went away, we went to a process for review of those jobs. When there's significant changes or other concerns, they fill out the form, get it to me, much like you've done with the building committee recently. Not as detailed, trust me. I just got that on Friday, and I don't know how I can get all the financial data, but it's the same process, if you will. Here's what I have, here's what I need. Will you look at this? Here's where I think it falls. In the past, under Condrey, what you had was a very limited number of job descriptions across the county, and you had departments just pulling a job title off of the list and giving it to people so they could be paid at that level, whether they did that job or not. Okay, I still have some jobs come to me that way. Well, I'm going to call it this, but there's nothing related to that title in the job that they do or in the job description, but it gets them on a higher pay scale. That's what we tried to get away from. There was a lot of misinformation. There was a lot of that game playing, if you will, with job titles and job descriptions and putting people on the scale where there was no relevant points to even consider. It was just, okay, well, I kind of like this, so I'm going to use it. The process you have now and the books that you have now very specifically call out the positions that are listed for every department. It lists the duties and responsibilities of those people. And in the book also, you see an org chart. So you can see what those structures are supposed to be. So when you're being asked about changes, you've got information that you can refer to and say, oh, well, that's different. Help me understand what's different. Now, it's a shame on me for not providing you more structure and asking those questions to make sure you're getting the data you need from the departments when they're coming to you with requests. The requests that come to you for job descriptions, job titles, and ratings, those are all consistent with what we put in place in January. That's the way the process is supposed to work.
Maybe, John, if you could get an org chart and stuff when we're having to go in an executive session, because all I'm seeing is a paper. And that's why I think it's not evidence-based.
Sure.
That it's more just, okay, department coming in, and
Right.
saying, okay, Lloyd is a great employee, love him to death, and I'm gonna make him a senior now, and this is what's gonna happen. Because if you don't have an org chart, if you don't even know what they have in there already, I think we need more information and job description.
Sure.
That way we understand, because if Travis is new and he doesn't understand all that, if you have a new commissioner, they'll be like, what? So I think if you could do that, I think that would help. It would make it, like you said, not thinking we just doing nilly-willy, we're just, because Janet thinks that her lady needs to be a senior because, you know
Our
what I'm
folks
saying?
work awfully hard. They do.
And it makes sense whenever I can see, I like how Deb uses me in this one because I am new, but I can see whenever you say C40, I don't know if I'm using the right words, but if you
Sure.
use the C44 and they're going to a C47 or D40, I don't know, then you can see what the jump is and you can
You
kind
bet.
of put it together too.
And again, if I may, Commissioner, in those books we gave you, it has the org charts with the ratings. So it shows you each position title with the ratings that apply, as well as the pay structure for every one of those within the department. So that information is already there.
But if you bring it with you and you have that in there and you show us that on your paper, that's part of when we have a restructure of a person. I think all that information needs to be on that with the paper that says Janet wants Julie to be C4 with the D2, whatever kind of thing. I'll tell you 100 times, I don't remember that. And then when you look it up, you have to do that a lot
There's
to
too
figure
much
it out.
information in some cases.
So John, do they update that chart each year?
Every
Is
time
that
there's a
the,
meeting where there's a new position, then Megan updates the chart. We send a new page scale
so did we go
up to
to
the
a
auditor.
7 or 9 step?
Now that's a whole different thing. Those don't come to me. So the things with regard to job descriptions and those types of changes, those are things that have been reviewed and approved through our office. The ones where you're getting requests in executive session or out in open session, well, I want to start out hiring everybody at step 7 or step 9 or step 12. Those are things that I don't have the data in and I wasn't involved in. Those are coming directly from those department heads to you. What I would suggest in those cases, instead of just an approval on the spot, what's it going to do to your compression issues? What's the financial impact? There's a lot of questions that should go along with that, and that's what I was saying. Those are things that I can help try to answer.
So if I need that beforehand, then, and I get that paper, I can go to John, and I'm not doing anything out of an executive session by showing John and having him look up the compression and the things on that?
What I would suggest, Commissioner, is that whoever's presenting those requests to you, that they provide that data to you and me.
Okay.
That's a lot of work, especially on short notice when you're not being told about those things. I can't just grab it. So even preparing for today, just seeing this on the agenda on Friday was difficult. I was a bit surprised because I hadn't been told. But again, that's part of the communication process that we have. I understand that.
So John, do you ever get any complaints from some of the departments on the Gallagher system?
The only complaints that I've heard have been about, and again, you saw my email Friday. There are certain departments that are concerned with the step structure. I would also remind the group, the commissioners, as well as the department heads, those very same department heads were the one that voted this in when we had this structure roll out. So they've come to me and say, well, this is more challenging in our compensation system or in our payroll system, et cetera, et cetera. I understand that. Our payroll system is limited in the functionality with regard to a regular payroll system. When I spoke with Minnehaha County, they can implement something where they can apply different steps and different percentages. It's a very simple process with the payroll system they use. It's not with our payroll system.
When I take an appraisal course, they ask us to grade the operator, the instructor, and they say between 1 and 10. And I was thinking if we could send a survey out to the department heads and name 7 items or 5 items and then comments, nothing really elaborate, saying between a scale of 1 to 5 or 1 to 10, you would be the one that want to put that together. But it'd be the same survey, it'd go to each department and we get it back and then we could review it, and that might give us a guideline where we need to increase our strength.
So what I've done.
I agree with, I just want to piggyback on that. Because I think that's a good point, because John had made the comment last week that you put out a request to these departments for some different stuff. So really, you ought to be knowing what some of the concerns are, and you could word that to get some of that. I think we need to get the feedback from their department heads, just to put our feelers out to see what's going on in your department. Are you short on people? What do you think it is?
With the study, and then you take all 17 departments and you look, and if it's consistent, it's probably going to be consistent, or it's going to be, okay, I'm just not being able to pay these people enough that I want to pay them. But
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
So in response, if I could, I did request that data last week from the department heads. I asked that they have it back to me by Friday. I got some yesterday. I got some yet today.
What did you ask them? You say that.
I asked them for their concerns or their suggestions about what's working with the system, what's not working with the system. Okay. Give me some ideas. What are your concerns?
But if we do a survey, they'll all have the identical survey.
Mm-hmm. That's the same thing, same question.
I would like to compile the data I have rather than start again without having a chance to review the information.
We're just trying to figure out what the problem is, if there is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my concern would be how is staffing? What, me and Deb go back and forth over wages. Mm-hmm. Maybe is it wages, or is it, maybe we need more staff so you can take more time off when you want it. I don't know.
It's both.
That's the type of thing. That was one of the things that I heard, and I hear it out in the public, that we don't have enough people to give people the time off they need. Mm-hmm. If you had the time off, would that compensate? Sure, it would.
Right.
So stuff like that. I mean, that's the kind of questions I guess I'd want to know from our departments is, how do they feel they're staffed? Would more staff alleviate some of the problems, or is it the pay? If it's not the pay, is it the scale? We got 2 departments sitting here that could give us the little. I know they don't.
I'm hoping they will.
Well, the bottom line is, I think John did due diligence by asking about the Gallagher and what the issues are. Yeah. And if you don't tell him and not us, we can't change it.
So some of the challenges, if I could as well, you're hearing data points and blips on the radar, if you will, about pay scale. Well, we can't hire because our pay is too low. Yet when I look at the market data for some of those very same positions, we're at or above the competing employers right now. It sounds good, though. When you hear it, it's, oh my, we've got to do something. But in reality, that's not always true. And then when you're looking at the comparison of jobs, there's references made to jobs that aren't similar to anything we do here at the county. Granted, you might be able to make a little bit more at McDonald's if you're willing to work 6 to 10 in the morning and then come back from 5 to 9 in the evening making French fries or flipping burgers. That's not the type of person we're looking for, nor is it the type of person that's going to come here and stick.
The only time I really heard more about starting wage is the person that's coming forward has the experience, and we want to bump them up to where they would have been if they were at that.
Sure.
That are one verifiable one is the highway department. Mm-hmm. We had problems with the flaggers. We understand that it's temporary business, so we were talking about bonuses. But to say departments are coming to us all the time with that,
I get the email, so I'm assuming you guys are
probably
hearing.
do, but
And I'll keep saying on wages and stuff, and we just talked about it. So the engineer we wanted to hire is not coming now for the highway because, his job decided to pay him more money. Well, the other thing is he was all great and happy and didn't like his job anymore and he was moving no matter what. So I don't think it's just wages. I think when people either like working for government or they don't. That's what I keep hearing. It's not always just about the money. Some people it is. Those are the ones you won't retain as long.
If I may too, the culture, the environment, the other pieces that go along with it, having them feel that they're doing something that matters. People don't generally come to a government position thinking they're going to get the best pay out there. That's not what draws them. They come here because they have a desire to help people. They have a desire to do something that means something. They feel like they're part of something that matters. We offer that, and that's how we exist. That's why we exist, is providing those things for our community. But it comes down to culture. How do you make them people feel once they're here?
And we have good benefits and we have good stuff going on for the employees.
Looks like Janet wants.
Janet, do you want to speak? State your name.
Janet Saylor, County Treasurer. And I agree with you, Deb. It's the benefits. Might not be the wages, but when they start looking at the benefits, that's why they're coming to work for the county. And John and I have argued about this from day one. When I returned it back to you, I said the same thing again.
Yeah.
The problem with the Gallagher study is they would not listen to some of the things the department had said. And you and I have had this discussion several times. I was told basically that I didn't know my job and they knew more than I did. They didn't care that the people had to know all the laws. Kara, Casey, they can attest to how many laws they had to know when they worked in my office. John suggested that I have him come up one day when we had lines out the door. He told me it didn't matter. Didn't matter how busy we were. Another thing that was just brought up is, you were talking about the fact that some people have been reclassified or they've moved up the step when they were hired. I did that one time in my office, and that was a person that worked for a dealership, came in with all the knowledge on the computer and everything, and she was bumped up faster because she had the experience. But to walk in off the street and you know nothing about the motor V system, titles, or anything else, you're not going to start as high as the employees. When we took the COLA away from you took the COLA out,
Yes.
out of the steps, I think that made a difference too. And I think Cindy's not here. I'm going to let Casey speak for Cindy today. But there are some problems with that. And as far as the compensation committee, I know that some of you don't agree with that, but some of this stuff could be settled in a compensation committee because department heads meeting, there's not time enough to talk about it. And it's going to take some real work. Not that the compensation committee is going to do the right things, but that's why the commissioners are here to say, we don't agree with you. We think we should do it this way. But at least then we have input and we can be honest with you and tell you how our feelings are.
And you can't do that with John,
Oh,
Janet.
I'm not, John, I'm
Well,
not afraid of
department-
John. I tell John just like it is.
You do, but I'm saying department heads, that's why I said, I thought with the compensation, that's why you have an HR guy, that's why you communicate, but half the people don't even answer his emails on stuff that he needs help with. So if he can't get the input there, does he have to sit in a committee and listen to 5 other people telling him that this is how it should be, John, because it's not working? You guys, I'm not getting it. I guess I'm I'm a communicator, so I'm gonna go to John and say, hell with this isn't working. So we have to put that in a committee to figure out for John to go in there and listen to people at his job saying this isn't working. I don't get that.
Deb, Commissioner, I've never told John what to do. We've agreed to disagree on subjects. I'm going to be honest with you.
What's the compensation for?
I don't think no disrespect to John, but I don't think one person can look at this whole problem within this. I don't see anything wrong with sitting down and talking about it and saying, how are we going to fix this?
So John,
I'm not
so
coming
John,
down on him.
how are you gonna fix this, John? So Janet is asking the same thing most people would ask as a department head. Is it because they're not communicating, they're not coming in? That's why I said, there's gotta be, when I sit in committees, they drive me absolutely nuts. I love input. I'll just tell you that, you know that. But you drive me nuts because I sit there and I'm trying to get stuff done, or we're trying to do something with the situation. And it's more like, excuse me, a bitch session. So I can't really fix it because all you want to do is complain to me about it. But if I'm in a meeting with a few people, it's a little bit better because then we're having our little crab session or whatever. That ain't a good word, that other word. But then we come up with some solutions. So he can't come up with solutions if nobody's giving enough input. And then when you give the input, this board changes what he does anyway, based on the politics on the backside is what I was seeing with him, meaning John, trying to do his job. So it's kind of like Janet having a committee and they can all just complain how Janet's up there having issues and should change a bunch of stuff. But they're not really telling Janet after the fact, they're just telling her all the complaints, and Janet just can't really fix anything they're doing. She has to go back and do it herself anyway. So his job is to sit there and listen to 4 other committee members, listen about the complaints that they have and it's not working, just to have a meeting?
Deb,
Guess I'm not getting it. Go ahead, Lloyd.
when we started this Gallagher study, this is prime example of one of my concerns that happened, and actually you confirmed it in your email that you emailed me earlier, because back when you had the compensation committee, in your email, you said you were forced to come to the commission and make recommendations that you didn't believe in, but you had to because that was what the board wanted. When we did the Gallagher study, and did away with the commission, compensation committee, one of my biggest concerns was when you do away with that, where's the voice of the people get heard from? Was there a process to follow? And so I was assured there is a policy, if something needs to be changed with an employee, you feel something, I don't even remember it right now, but I know I was promised the policy. You fill out the paperwork, it was investigated. What happens if Janet did this paperwork, and you deny it? She's got to be able to appeal it to us, right?
Right. So I sent the forms over with the email in front of you. All of it was in that packet. So you saw the communication, you saw the process, you saw the forms.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. It was part of the packet that I sent on Friday.
I can still appeal it. If he tells me I can't come to the board, I can still come to the board. When he presents it and says, I don't disagree with this, I still have the right to come to the board and say, I don't agree with him and this is why.
None of that changed. We just tried to make the process consistent so that there's aren't all these, again, political will, if you will, of things being pulled one way or the other. It's based on fact and only on fact.
Yeah, I like Ron's idea of a survey.
But he did that.
Really, but I mean, for discussion.
But if we did a survey, where are the results?
So I still got the final ones today, sir. I mentioned that earlier, so I have to get that compiled so I can actually share it with the board.
Well, I would suggest that we look at the results and
see if he's asking the right
maybe
questions.
just the next meeting.
Lloyd, do you want to make a motion?
Janet, did you have something to say?
No.
Okay.
Thanks for coming up.
Casey?
Good seeing you, Janet.
There's more folks.
One more.
Casey Iceland, Chief Deputy Auditor. Unfortunately, Cindy can't make it here today, but I do know, I talked to her earlier, and I do know that she would like to see a compensation committee come back. She does agree that 12 committee members is a little too much. And her
her idea would be having a representative from each area. So general government, legal, public safety, health and human service, highway commissioner, and auditor's office. So maybe knock it down to like 7 people. But either way, she would like to see a compensation committee be brought back.
So I talked about a survey reflective of the Gallagher study. Could we do a survey to each department, asking them if they would like to see this compensation committee get put back together, and then let the 18 departments or whatever give us guidance on where we want to go relative to the compensation committee?
Most certainly.
So should we have a committee, and should we have a survey in the auditor's office and see how many people need the auditor, need a committee for the auditor's office so they know what they're doing?
So
And should we have a committee for Janet's office because we don't quite think she's got her stuff together? You guys are putting a department head, I think, in a position where he's trying to do his job with other people running his department. That's crazy to me. That's why I didn't think it was correct. If he can't do his job without a committee, then get rid of him and get somebody who can. Because if they can't communicate to the guy that is your HR, that does the Gallagher study, did the Gallagher study, did all his work, I think that's wrong to committee up on any department head, even with the building committee stuff. It just caused issues. It caused so many issues. We've had less, and we still have issues. And then trying to blame the guy in charge, I don't think so.
I don't think anybody's trying to blame.
No, it was. It's political. It becomes political when it's your project, your issue, your compensation thing, your whatever. I agree that you should be able to tell John, and if you can't, then we have a problem, that Gallagher isn't working as department heads. And John, you have to get together with the department heads like a big guy in charge and say, okay, Commission, I have 6 department heads that I just found on this sheet, and these are the issues. And I think these are the changes we should make basically by communicating to them. We make it way too hard by thinking we need a committee to do that. That's, to me, I don't know how you do your job.
We're not making that decision. It's a request from the department heads to see what they think. We ain't making that motion at this point in time. It's a ask for information. And by golly, if you want to talk about political, read his email. This is pissing me off. When I read that email and you want to talk about the good old boy networks of what's going on in our community, read through that 2 or 3 times. What he did was political, and he brought that up about this committee in executive session 2 weeks ago. So there was 2 times that he brought it up. And he's making it political. These people ain't making it.
Then you haven't been in those committees.
I was before we decided.
Yeah, and I've been in both watching, and I quit going to the compensation, and then the building committee I hardly go to because you can't even function in there because it became political.
So is the
not
group.
about good decisions.
Where do we want to go from this meeting? Because
Let's see what John comes up with the department heads, and if we
Okay.
have to have Holly even send it with John.
can we agree on that today?
I will definitely.
That'll be the direction?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. We don't need a motion on this.
I was going to prepare that information for you anyway. I just had to wait till I got it all.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we move on to the next item?
I think it's.
Item 23, committee reports. Travis?
So I had a conflicting meeting at the same time that the Elevate Rapid City Board got together, and I did not go to that meeting, so I don't have anything to report from there. And then the Community Health Center meeting, Lloyd and I were both there at the same time. However, I was having some communications at the beginning of the meeting trying to get logged in and hearing some stuff. So I kind of got in towards the end of the meeting, and I think I've heard my spiel on what I got into was more of the policy side of things. But I've talked to some individuals about policy updates, and right now I'm just going to see how things go. I talked to Lloyd about it a little bit out in the hallway. So outside of that, Lloyd, if you want to talk more about the Community Health Board, because I didn't get in there and hear the very beginning
Thank
of
you,
it.
Travis. Lloyd?
The Community Health Board, we pretty much, I think you did good. They were talking about the policy, and Travis did a fine job with that. But I think the biggest thing with community health is the requirements that they're trying as he said, with the vaccination, but they also purchased property across the street now, and they want to make that part of the parking lot behind the big, the big K furniture, that there's that property there's, that will help clean up that area very nicely, I think, once they get that done. Otherwise, they've been having problems with their dental, uh, getting dentists in to do the job and so forth. Otherwise, that was
Hard to
it.
get into a dentist in less than 8 months or something.
Yeah. And the Healthcare Trust Board, I apologize, I'm just drawing a blank.
That's all right. Been a long day. I'll just speak on my behalf for the MPO meeting. The only thing we voted on that day was to approve the 2022 United Planning Work Program, which was approved, and then other business was an update on construction projects, an update on planning projects, and there's a lot of road construction going on in Rapid City and surrounding area. In my district, hopefully by November 1st, you'll be able to drive on Sharon Lake Road from 385 to Rapid City. And I was invited by the Highway Department to watch them set the first arches on the South Rochford Road Bridge, and I can't remember the lady, she works for the city, she said she'd like to see some of those photos, so I sent her about 30 photos once I got her email address, so
He didn't know you that well.
hopefully her server could take that. The Planning Commission, that was a lot of discussion on medical marijuana, which we covered today, and when you're at a planning commission and 2/3 of this room is filled with a group from a neighborhood, it gets pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But anyhow, hopefully that'll all resolve itself going in the future, and that's all I have. So if we're done with committee reports, I'll.
Me. Just a couple of things. I went to Rochford Bridge a couple times, and I don't know if you guys seen those arches, but I asked our Sean, our engineer, that's about the lowest I've seen somebody put the arches, and it looks like it just back up real quick. So I don't know why they put the arches so close to the ground on that bridge. It's one of the first, Sean said, Sean from Highway Department. And he was thinking the same thing, but it's a trial one with that new base, that concrete base. But if you guys go by there, and I did it again just in case I wasn't seeing right. That base is very low. It's kind of like that arch across it. Pretty low for debris and stuff. So I said, are they going to dig out underneath? And he said, no.
No, it's back.
So I encourage you guys to go out there and look at it.
Where's this at?
Rochford Road Bridge.
West of Rochford, going towards Black Fox, and the day they brought those arches up, I thought the same thing.
Isn't that crazy?
Because I guess my thinking is that they probably paid an architect or design engineer that's supposed to know everything about hydrology, and I'm just leaving it up. Hopefully they made some good choices.
Well,
but the day we were there, those arches, the reason they're putting that bridge there because the existing bridge was built in the 30s and it's wood. And so when they delivered the arches, they were supposed to go up the Deerfield Road and then down the South Rochford Road so they'd be on the right side of the bridge when they set them because the crane was on the other side. Well, the first truck that came down from Rochford, not the right way. And Joe says that truck is not supposed to go over that bridge because it's way overweight. That guy didn't even stop. Just
It's crazy because that old bridge is awesome, but it was failing. You could see underneath.
It handled 10 arches that day because every truck that came in the wrong way.
Yeah, but it also, if you look underneath of it, we've had them where they've been on a bridge and so they look like they can handle it, but when they took the pictures a couple of times, actually I went out there 3 or 4 when we had the wood bridge, which I just would have loved the wood bridge, like you said, Ron, it was pretty awesome. But then they had to switch it because of location and just the way it.
So that extra weight on those bridges, I mean, are we going to look at them a little closer now for a little bit, just to make sure they didn't stress them too much? Do you know?
They do inspections. So, if you listen to Joe, they do inspections. I didn't walk across it, just kidding.
I'm
But
just wondering.
it was just crazy to see it, because I'm like, okay, and they engineered this, and just by eyeing it yourself, you're looking and going, this big, and how are you gonna pass a log or trees or anything, or any debris that comes in there? It's not a big
Which you normally
space.
see.
Well, like the big wood bridges, there's lots of span for anything. And I said, well, that'd be,
It's almost like a really glorified culvert, because the bottom of that solid bedrock, you can't go down any, and then the sides and the top are, reinforced poured concrete.
yeah, so the arch is too low.
I will send pictures. I'll send them to Holly. Holly can send them to everybody.
You have to go look, though, I think, you guys, just to get the gist of it, because I didn't get it till I went across it, because I seen pictures and stuff. Joe had showed me some of it as a preparation and stuff, but
So is he happy with it or no?
What's that?
So is Joe happy?
Okay, item 24, approval of the vouchers.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Hadcock, seconded by Commissioner Lassiter.
bad.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We do not have to do executive session, right, Holly?
If you guys finished before, did you finish all your items from before?
We did.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
So we can get a motion to adjourn?
Move
Get
to
a
adjourn.
motion to adjourn.
I said move to.
We did have one, but we were waiting for John. So it's
No.
gonna be next week,
Yeah.
the next meeting.
So you made the motion, who seconded to adjourn?
Me.
Okay, let's.
Okay.
Lassiter. Lather. What'd you call him?
He called me Laffiter.
All right,
We have to vote. We have to vote.
All in favor?
All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Meeting adjourned.
You called him Lassiter.